Hello. How you doing? Thank you for the head pats. You doing good? That's good. I don't know if I should put my link around or anything. You're dreading life? Why are you dreading life? As in just like normal adulting life? Because that I can understand. Don't like it on mobile. When you open up stream, it pops up clips and you then either start making a new clip or go watch a clip if you accidentally continue tapping away like you're trying to use an emote. Oof. Hi, Blank. We'll actually go this way because while I'm waiting for people to come in, I'll probably just do some dailies. Not a fan of that update. I honestly don't watch Twitch on mobile. It's way too much for me. 24 hours of fun. I'll just say that. Oof. Oof. Okay. Once again, I have messed with my microphone settings and also my game sound and stuff, so just let me know. Like, actually let me know if there's any problems or anything like that. Or if something's too loud, or somebody heard bear, didn't they? Turtle.
I said nothing!
24-hour stream? Oh my gosh, Trip. Turtles. Turtles. I'm doing pretty good. Been a pretty quiet, sleepy day for me today. Yeah. I did a bit of work and then I spent the afternoon playing Minecraft with Bear and Pup. And now we're gonna do this. So we'll see how this goes. No, da, 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 da. I think I'm up to time killing time now. I think I've finished Walpurgis Night. Walpurgis Nacht. I actually had a pretty good stream last night. It turned out to be pretty pretty good, pretty good. Oh, there seems to be an announcement about Walpurgis Nights. The 17th to the 31st. That's in a couple of days, isn't it? Or is it next patch? Is that Walpurgis Night? It's next patch. Oh my god. Oh my god.
고작 이 정도로 만족하려고 페륜의 죄까지 저지른 게 아니야.
정화는 끝났나?
고작 이 정도로 만족하려고 페륜의 죄까지 저지른 게 아니야. 더 많은 가족들이 배불리 먹기 위해.
Look at that. 83. 83. I'm getting there. I am getting there. What are we up to? Yes, we are up to a timer killing a time. Good old Intervalo. Ooh. That's interesting. I like the music. It's very sort of film noir. Miss! Yes. Announced for the 17th. I think that's next patch, right? Am I doing the math right on that one? Hi, Dark. Swaggy, did you enjoy that change to Heathcliff's? What? Hi, Berserk. Heathcliff's, what do you mean? Did anyone go over all the changes to Heath? No. No. The problem is I used Wild Hunt for like all of it. Nyang. Nyang. There you go. Nyang. You're gonna clip it. Wild Hunt has a new uptie story now. It gives lunacy. Wait, what? No, it's theater, right? What? Wait, I should put this one first because I skipped this when I got him. The drizzling rain tears through my heart, shearing it painfully like shearing it painfully like cold shards of glass. We are playing Limbus Company today, Berserk. The rain holds memories of the past, each droplet a memory of that manner carved into my very being from the day I was taken from the streets. So I stand in the rain, a thundering monsoon. Every cold sensation a painful reminder that I must become retribution itself, a vengeance to tear those accursed bastards apart. Yet there was a shelter there, an umbrella at the manor. It gave me reprieve from the rain for however brief a moment as the droplets were about to tear through my skin. Her name was Catherine. I began to think that this life, this existence, may be worth enduring between those moments of reprieve, as long as I could wait out the rain and dry my drenched clothes. Such were the delusions this umbrella gave me. Yeah, no, it's true though. Like, these two were so deluded. Ridiculous. She never should have even existed in my life to begin with. The umbrella was destined for others. The shelter she gave me was inspired by nothing more than a short-lived pity. like tossing a coin for a beggar. What shame, what humiliation is it that I deluded myself into believing that she truly cared for me, that she loved me. I shall never long for such shelter, such umbrella again. Nevermore. To those bastards at the manor who so ruthlessly pelted me with cruel, heavy rain, I bring you flesh-rending, bone-shattering tempest of ruin. And that is now the sole reason my life continues. This forest is on a high, silent hill. The damnably grand manor remains in my sight still, past the overgrown forest, even as the storm makes its landing upon the skies beneath which I stand. A clear sight of my target is good fuel for my rage, like a funnel for this boiling hatred within me. I see the butlers come out to dry the manor's dirty laundries. I see quests coming and going from the manor. Guests? Quests? Guests. Guests. Arriving to enjoy the occasional banquet, and I recall the fleeting pockets of joy. Ah, there we go, Swoggy. You got your finger over the button. You got your finger over the button. Also, Turtle is definitely not a bot. He is one of my mods. I recall my caretaker, that chief butler, who cared for me more than anyone else despite her brusque and surly attitude. No, illusions all. Hellish pain fades away into the fog of memories past, twisting them into sentimental reminiscences. This is... Swaggy, stop it. This is nothing... The whole night's gonna be like this. Strap in, Swaggy. This is nothing but a feeble trick of the mind, beguiling me, an attempt to paint over the hurt, which I just cannot see Heathcliff actually saying this. I'll obliviate them all. Once I excise them, my past, my memories, then my mind will no longer play such tricks on me. Catherine, the pitying umbrella, is already dead. There is nothing left for me in that manor. No repose, no momentary reprieve. When was it? Was it the day I first wielded this blade? Or was it the day I met and observed my countless selves across the endless worlds? Or was it the day of my assault upon the young master's mansion, when I tore through countless butlers and made a mountain of their corpses? Though its origin is a mystery to me still, I came to learn how to command loyalty of the dead. Yet I had no teacher. I suppose my transformation was inevitable, as it was for my countless other selves in the infinite worlds. I am perpetually surrounded by the screeching, pouring hatred of the dead, yet I find quite amusing the unfair, illogical nature of the world, that they have no choice but to bid me their loyalty despite it all. I led the procession of the wild hunt. I mauled the young master's useless arm off his torso. And I declared from the top of my lungs that I shall soon host a banquet of my own at that accursed manor. I'll give them more than enough time to prepare. The young master, whose arm I mauled, will temper and whet his sabre keen with hatred as his flame. The chief butler, who still seeks the long-dead mistress, will be brutal with her serviette. My old caretaker, her heart gashed by betrayal, will strike me with thunderous rebuke. They will join my banquet with utter preparation, and only then shall I exact a revenge truly meaningful. I shall await them with my procession. I wish to see them charge into us, their eyes bloodshot with all kinds of emotions, their veins pulsating with tension. Yet, in the end, I will crush them all. And atop the withering heights in the crumbling ruins of the manor, I will be reunited with Catherine once again. There, I will release my endlessly festering woe and rage at the broken umbrella, bellowing, pouring my heart out before her. There, I will declare my vengeance complete, my regret behind me. That I have finally brought ruin to Wuthering Heights, the cradle of all miseries. That you, me, both of us, we could have been happy had this accursed manor never existed. Wow. Yeah, okay. He was, whew. Berserk. A moderator is a person who looks after my chat for me when I'm too busy playing a game. They have the ability to time out, ban, things like that. They also bring to my attention anything that they think I need to know. They're just there as a bit of a helping hand for me. Okay? Alright, so now because we did the story, and because he's up to 4 now. So let's see what happens. Okay, that's so far exactly the same. The drizzling rain tears through my heart, shearing it painfully like cold shards of glass. The rain holds memories of the past, each droplet a memory of that manor carved into my very being from the day I was taken from the streets. So I stand in the rain, the thundering monsoon. Every cold sensation a painful reminder that I must become retribution itself, a vengeance to tear those accursed bastards apart. There wasn't even a shelter. Oh. Do you hear that? Do you hear that there's a difference? There wasn't even a shelter, an umbrella to shield me from the rain. Nothing gave me reprieve from the rain, not even the thinnest layer of fabric to stop it from tearing into my skin. A delusional thought that this life, this existence, may be worth enduring if I could have those moments of relief. That as long as I could wait out the rain and dry my drenched clothes, I did not even have the faintest mirage of such hopes. I knew this life was not to be one of relief. Good. I don't need anything like that holding back my rage, my vengeance. I have already lost my recollection of a few things that set me off on my path of revenge. You're wearing literal scraps in a coffin. I love that. There was something there. Something that kindled this rage within me. Something that set me on this path of destruction the moment I left the manor. But no. These are but meaningless ruminations. There is no straying from the path of retribution. To those bastards at the manor who so ruthlessly pelted me with cruel, heavy rain, I bring you flesh-rending, bone-shattering tempest of ruin. And that is all I need to perpetuate this existence. That is more than enough reason to live on. This forest is on a high, silent hill. The damnably grand manor remains in my sight still, past the overgrown forest, even as the storm makes its landing upon the skies beneath which I stand. The clear sight of my target is good fuel for my rage, like a funnel for this boiling hatred within me. I see the butlers come out to dry the manor's dirty laundries. I see guests coming and going from the manor, arriving to enjoy the occasional banquet. And I recall the fleeting pockets of joy. I recall my caretaker, the chief butler, who cared for me more than anyone else despite her brisk and surly disposition. No, illusions all. Hellish pain fades away into the fog of memories past, twisting them into sentimental reminiscences. Again, I did it again. This is nothing but a feeble trick of the mind, beguiling me in an attempt to paint over the hurt with joy. After all, my memories with her have now long faded past the opaque mist. Yet I wasn't alone in those memories. There was a... No. I'll obliviate them all. Once I excise them, my memories, then my mind will no longer play such tricks on me. Nothing but pointless memories. Nothing but hurt painted over with false joy of reminiscence. See, I can say that word. There is nothing left for me in that manner, no repose, no momentary reprieve. When was it? Was it the day I first wielded this blade, or was it the day I met and observed my countless selves across the endless worlds? Or was it the day of my assault upon the young master's mansion, where I tore through countless butlers and made a mountain of their corpses? You wield a sword made of literal glass, shards and blood vessels. You sold your horses ahead to pay rent. You're broke. I mean, this is not... I'm not disputing this. I am not disputing this. Though its origin is a mystery to me still, I came to learn how to command loyalty of the dead. Yet I had no teacher. I suppose my transformation was inevitable, as it was for my countless other selves in the infinite worlds. I am perpetually surrounded by the screeching, pouring hatred of the dead. Yet I find quite amusing the unfair, illogical nature of the world, that they have no choice but to bid me their loyalty despite it all. I led the march of the wild hunt. I mauled the young master's useless arm off his torso. And I declared from the top of my lungs that I shall soon host a banquet of my own at that accursed manor. I'll give them more than enough time to prepare. The young master whose arm I mauled will temper and whet his sabre keen with hatred as his flame. The chief butler, who still seeks a long-dead mistress, will be brutal with her serviette. My old caretaker, her heart gashed by betrayal, will strike me with thunderous rebuke. They will join my banquet with utter preparation, and only then shall I exact a revenge truly meaningful. I shall await them with my march. I wish to see them charge into us, their eyes bloodshot with all kinds of emotions, their veins pulsating with tension. Yet, in the end, I will crush them all. And atop the withering heights, in the crumbling ruins of the manor, I will stand alone. There I will release my endlessly festering woe and rage at who was to hear my cry? To whom was I to pour my heart out? No, there's... Everything I've done was hinged on... It was all to... It's raining again. If even the cutting raindrops fail to summon this memory, then cannot have been more important than the culmination of pain that I endured. Thus, the lost memory signifies nothing to me. Perhaps it will return once I raise this manor to ashes. Then I will have reached my destination, my vengeance complete, however lost my memories may have become. Perhaps the mirror is full of lies. All that remains in the fog of my memories are these words someone had once conveyed to me. Do you know what? Every single time that little, the little buzz happened, I clocked it. Every single time that happened, it was when the original story mentioned Catherine. I thought this was really good. I thought this was, it did change, because even though his actions didn't change, his reasons for it, it's kind of interesting to see that even when he realizes that he doesn't actually have a proper reason to do all of this, he still does it. Like, he's still so inured of the idea of this vengeance and carrying all of this hatred. It was actually really interesting. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, the other changes are that all mentions of have been deleted from Heath's voice lines. Might be wrong, but it should be an N-Corp Heath's death line. Oh. Okay. Oh, I haven't clicked any of Dante's notes, but that's okay. That's interesting. It's interesting. And it's only Heathcliff. Wait, is it only Dante that remembers? Is it even Heathcliff that remembers? I can't remember. Heathcliff's body set quote changed. Oh, really? Oh. Wow, that's pretty cool. Alright, we got time killing time up. Let's go, shall we? You guys hear the game music and all that? Alright? A scandal in time? Oh, what could this be? They put a lot of effort into Canto 6, yeah. Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flaps through the newspaper. What? I'm done already. I cannot wait to hear this voiced. This would be the next one that they're working on, right? They would be working on Time Killing Time, right? Flaps through the newspapers in her hands while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. Unfortunately, I know exactly what this means. And... Oh, ho, 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 ho. That she will continue to try to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. Okay, Don Quixote. Fine. What is it? Oh, Manager Esquire, dost thou know that the city's upstart companies, such as one Limbus Company, must always pay close heed to the ever-changing world around us? Poor Don got a voice nerve. Shush! I'm doing my best. God. Thee hither, read thy newspapers, Manager Esquire, and do keep thyself up to date on the events of the city, as Merceau and I, Don Quixote, do ere every morrow. But just go along with it, why don't you? I'm pretty sure she's just talking about Merceau and one of his morning routines, you know, like the one with the newspapers. I hope you're ready. There's a lot of reading in this. I hope you're ready. Aha! The newspaper routine, where he wakes up before the crack of dawn, parks himself on a chair, folds one leg over the other at an exact 90-degree figure 4 leg lock position, and peruses the morning newspaper. That. I guess it left an impression on her. Betcha she'll be back to her usual self in a week or so. Hearken unto me, art thou paying attention? Yeah, totally. What's new? What, did an article mention us or something? Oh! How didst thou know? Wait, really? Forsooth, feast thy eyes on page 3. Though it is quite regrettable that we were robbed at the chance to be on the front page. Huh? Page 3? We're really starting to put our names out there, huh? Don Quixote and Roger, the two sinners guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit, were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion. A dramatic conclusion to the mysterious disappearances at T-Corp. Shocking! The perpetrators to this mysterious case have been revealed to be none other than the prestigious Edgar family, appalling the general public. Well, I don't think we need to hear that part. What else does it say? With small assistance from some wandering bystanders who happened to be lost in the area, with the most admirable heroics from the T-Corp Class 3 collection staff on scene. I can't remember his voice. Wandering bystanders, is it? Perchance that particular denomination refers to us? Bystanders? Bystand, blah, 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 blah. I think I bit off more than I can chew for this one. They're treating us like we were barely there. They didn't even mention our company name. Oh, come on. Those time collectors weren't even there. This is within the expected range of behavior for most news media. Well, there may be those who seek to interview us after reading this very article, mayhaps. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a grand time looking for wandering bystanders for an interview. Very descriptive. I doubt anyone will pay us much attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment. And we were standing there for a good moment in a big group, chattering about the article, when someone slowly but smoothly walked between us. Excuse me, are you Limbus Company employees by any chance? You fellas are? I'm sure you are already aware of the reason for our visit. Oh, welcome thee here! Long and hard have I awaited thy arrival. Now, from whence shall we begin? Oh, is she actually here to interview us? No way. Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing. I was not told that any interview would be taking place. My, where'd Verg go at a time like this? Now, where'd I put that leftover hair gel from Heath's makeover? Ahem! Ahem! Thou may commence. All right, then. Verily, I shan't rightly take all the credit for what we have accomplished there. Will you be making your tax payment in installments? Wait, what? 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 Wait. Verily, I shan't take all the credit for what we have... And then this person says, will you be making your tax payment in installments? Huh? Okay. We are clearly not on the same page here. We are the tax collectors from T-Corp's Time Collections Agency, currently on a mission to collect your overdue time tax. Those ilks are never bringers of good tidings indeed. Wait, time tax? Now that doesn't make any sense. We already paid our time tax in full when we went through the T-Corp Nest immigration process. Virgilius said a few days ago aboard Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles! Are you sure we don't need to pick up a timepiece for each of us to carry? You probably know this already, but in T-Corp... No, I was not prepared for this. Oh my gosh. Somebody give me strength.
I would, but I need it all.
Wait. Stop putting bands at me. That's not gonna roughen my throat up. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Everyone must carry a timepiece. Yes, I know the rules. Ow! But for every rule, there's always room for an alternative. It offers a bit more flexibility. Of course. I don't suppose it's listed anywhere on that pamphlet. Outsiders seeking a short-term stay at T-Corp can pay the appropriate time tax for the length of their stay to be exempt from the relevant obligations, instead of going out of their way to abide by T-Corp's rules. As you may have expected, anyone born outside District 20 must go through numerous hoops before they can be issued a timepiece. So we elected to pay 30 days' worth of time tax on the spot before entering T-Corp's borders. Impressive. It can't have been cheap. Yet I wish to wear a watch as well, like Lady Otis does. Haven't I already made it clear that it is not a fashion item? As I have said so in the past, the company has no budgetary concerns. It is a given that they would be taking care of such expenses. We're finally starting to operate like a real professional company now, huh? Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something. Maybe we fell slightly short of the amount we had to pay. It hasn't even been 30 days since we arrived here, though. Maybe Virgilius forgot to pay. Well, I'm sure we can pawn away their stuff to fix what probably amounts to around there. Easy peasy. Heathcliff muttered, gesturing toward Sinclair and Hong Lu with his chin. Ah, Swaggy, you're back from your shower. If it'll help pay for the time tax, then sure. Oh, maybe. I didn't pack much when I left, though. Let's see the damage. How much time tax do we owe ya? Hi, Butter Bro! Thank you for the resubscribe! Wait. Sorry, that was too high for the microphone. Thank you for the resubscribe. 19 months! There we go. Hydrate! 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 Vocal range off the charts. Oh, please don't. I am trying my hardest. Currently, you are. What is even that number? What is that number? Somebody spell it out for me. What is that? Is that 10 billion? Is that There's something fishy going on. I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. I am trying to take care of my throat. However, I have a slightly stuffy nose. So like I can just feel that phlegm sliding down the back of my throat, and it's just it's disgusting. Oh schnoz. Oh schnoz. 10 billion 40 million, is that how I'm reading that? 10 billion 40 million on behind in time tax payments. What? Did my hearing get worse or something? I had a 10 or 40 and the rest just kind of flew right over my head. For that much money? Oh, we might have to make a brief stop at my place first. What other options do we have? If we don't, I mean, if we can't pay the tax. Can't pay the tax is not an option. Your only options are the following. Make your payment with time or money. With interest, of course. What the hell does making payment with the time even mean? Now that I think about it, I remember someone talking about paying with time before. Never really cared to find out exactly what they meant, though. Yi-san, Heathcliff, you know anything about this? I have not once failed to make my payments during residency at this nest. Thus, I know not what transpires on an occasion in which one fails to pay the time tax. Yeah, I've never been involved in messy businesses like taxes in the matter either. And in my backstreet days, boss dealt with the complicated shite like that for the rest of us. I did see a few poor sods getting dragged away because they failed to cough it up, though. Well then. With their not so helpful answers, my mind immediately began to wander towards Faust, who I hoped would know something more about this than the two of them. And that's when Otis suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectors. This is completely unreasonable. What kind of shoddy calculation led to this nonsensical figure? Tax calculations in T-Corp are always exceptionally reasonable. The clock's ticking. Would I be correct to assume that you lack both the capability and the will to make your fair payments? I want to talk to your manager. Yeah, exactly, right? Wait. We don't have to escalate this. Can we get a timeout? Your choice of words may be quite unwise. Cry and whine all you want about not wanting to escalate things when you've gotten 10 billion AHN in your pockets. I won't recognize your opinion as anything of worth otherwise. No. Shut up. Just stay out of our way while we deal with this obstacle that dares to stand in our path. How exciting. 10 billion AHN death. 10 billion and 40 million AHN, to be exact. Do I get to beat it up? Do I get to beat you up? I want to beat you up. Even in my own head, you sound like a pompous ass. Hey, yes. They'll do. Did you watch the trailer? I did not, Kat. I did not. Oh my gosh. That came out of nowhere. I'm so sorry. Paying taxes with your fists. I will shove my fist so far down your throat you'll be sitting on knuckles. The bass was immaculate. The heck was that? What? Okay, well, whatever. I feel like I don't necessarily need to spend too much time on this. Do watch it. I will, Kat, whenever I get a chance. Thank you. Oh, she hasn't seen the trailer yet? Oh boy. Oh no, Mel. Oh no. What does that mean? Wait, is it the Walpurgis trailer? Is that what everybody's talking about? It only came up on my Discord like 5 minutes before I started stream. I will have a look at it momentarily. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Cat and Mel, welcome back to the stream. Do not force my hand to summon the bear. No, the bear doesn't listen to the cat. The bear listens to the wolf. Hydrate. Actually, yes. I need to hydrate. I am... Ow. Ow! Honestly, I feel like you're the only person that uses bear as a, threat.
Okay, so, this sort of thing for 2.5 next week at 7 o'clock. Wuthering.
What do you mean?
Live stream for Wuthering.
Okay.
2.5 Wuthering live stream. It's on it. 7 o'clock next week.
Okay. A T-Corp staff in a different uniform approached the sinners as both sides went on the defensive. Okay, this is a new person. Is this one... is this one their ringleader? He may be of a higher rank, but he is but an employee of T-Corp all the same. which is to say that our insistence on meeting their demands with hostility may lead to a direct confrontation against the full force of T-Corp. Lay down your weapons now. Should you refuse to cooperate, all of you present may be considered hostile individuals by T-Corp, and we will use force to... I like that. How thrilling. This is bad. This seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing eyes to appear. Man, things were much better between us with the guide bud only a few days ago. Feels like it's been forever since then. Come on, don't glare at us like that. We had our reasons, Kay. They showed up out of nowhere and tried to extort a whole 10 billion on. 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. You really like saying that, don't you? Jeez. Yeah, the point is, there's no way we owe them that much money. We're kind, law-abiding citizens. Hello, Asian87. Thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. Are we wolf or huh? What? You can call me Wolfie. That's okay. Brimming with a sense of justice. Yeah. I'll just wait for Bear to stop stretching. Wolfie, yeah, Wolfie. Basically, they're asking if you are winning or losing, as W is a short for win. I'm winning. I think chat's losing because they have to listen to me do this. Virgilius listened quietly for a moment as the sinners chatted on like they were a part of a comedy skit. Yes, I agree that 10 billion on in taxes does seem unreasonable. However, it is a mystery to me how no one stopped to think for a second about the troubles you might spark by starting a meaningless scuffle like this. In the middle of the street, no less. Not gonna lie, I like Wolf Almond plus nice glasses. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Virgilius let out a deep sigh before turning toward the T-Corp employee. We find it regrettable that this incident has led to bloodshed. However, 10 billion on in time tax is unacceptable. I'm sure you know full well that 10 billion ons worth of tax isn't the kind of money that we can simply fork over in the middle of the street. Pocket Wolf! What? Why do I always come in so large? I don't know. I've set the coordinates and everything, and they still come in super large. Whatever. I guess VGM Studios just decides that's what's gonna happen from now on. It is not Toad voice time. I'm not doing Toad voice while I'm doing this. No way. I believe that it would have been more appropriate if you had provided us with some context as to how this number came to be, instead of immediately marching up to us and demanding that we pay the time tax. I admit that such absurd amount of time tax levied upon your group is almost unprecedented. We have been summoned to an emergency meeting in a relevant office to address the severity of this incident. I see your point. Why don't we move this conversation to the collections office in the relevant jurisdiction area for now to discuss possible solutions? I know nothing. I know nothing!
여러분들, 왜 그렇게 뒷걸음질을 하시는 건가요?
The truth behind the absurd amount of time tax levied upon us was much simpler than I expected. Oh, no trailer? And your throat's in for a beating. Cat! About a week ago, a large-scale, unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights Manor, which shot you up several stages in the progressive time use tax bracket due to the immense amount of time leak. Temporal leakage phenomenon? It refers to a deceleration in the flow of Oh, this model doesn't have words are hard. Oh, dang. I'm going to have to change that. I am going to have to change that. It refers to a deceleration in the flow of time within a certain physical field. In your case, it wasn't even a static deceleration field. It moved all over the manor for a good while, too. We measured about 4 hours worth of time in the process. What the bloody hell is she blathering about? I gotta read past that one. I've got roughly 8 minutes that I can't make a mistake now. A deceleration in the flow of time within a certain... She must be referring to the moment during which Dante granted us celerity, as we were in pursuit of that man in the manor. Impossible. The manager's ability was activated for less than 30 minutes. It is most likely that your 4-hour measurement is a calculation error. Hi, Taka! No. Considering the odd sensation we had experienced as we departed the manor, it is most probable that no error had occurred in their calculations. Do you recall, Dante, as we left behind the manor? My gosh, we're going back and forth, back and forth. May your day be ever so blissful and may your efforts lead to success. Thank you, Taka. I appreciate it. Love seeing you around. I hope you have an amazing day. Aha! So, is there aught wrong with thy daily routine? We had just returned to the Mephistopheles after the incident at the Wuthering Heights Manor. Man, VTubers I know how their avatar changed in the last few days. You know, Armageddon, you've seen Pocket Wolf before, Armageddon. Also, hi. Most sinners were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever-cheerful voice, like always, constantly shattered through the silence. I have identified an anomaly. We should have been issued the morning newspaper, not the evening newspaper. This is inconsistent with the amount of time we spent at the manor. Huh? Perchance 'twas an innocent mistake? As long as I have been a passenger of this bus, morning papers have always been delivered during designated morning hours, and evening papers have always been delivered during designated evening hours. The possibility that they have made a mistake cannot be completely ruled out. However, the likelihood of that is minuscule. Now I'm looking at it, that's a sunset, not a sunrise. I couldn't tell because of the lack of color. This cannot be! This must be the early hours of the morrow. Is it not? I may have an idea as to how this inconsistency came to be. Right. The TT4 protocol. What's that? Temporal velocity synchronization device or something like that. I've seen an advert for it once. A luxury solution to your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together or some shite like that. Hi, Leah! Oh! 'Tis quite unlike thee, Sir Heathcliff, to use so many complicated words in a sentence. Pray, shall someone explain it in plainer language? It is an apparatus for equalizing the velocity of time for all those affected individuals under the TT4 protocol's influence. Heathcliff being smart for once. Forsooth, I thought it quite odd how someone so affluent in time was moving and speaking at the same speed as the rest of us. Then, with this information, it can be concluded that the time we have experienced within the manor was flowing at a faster rate than the world outside. That is a coherent explanation as to why the evening newspaper, instead of the morning newspaper, was issued. Good. Now that your curiosity is sated, I don't suppose anyone has any issues with tackling a new job. The LCA has sent us a new request to track down a distortion. As more detailed information. So, activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused... yes, indeed. It was akin to tampering with an already accelerated flow of time. From an outsider's point of view, it would have appeared as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. This bloke knows what he's talking about. Also, you didn't just manipulate time on a personal scale. Like I said before, you affected the flow of time within a physical space. Let me remind you that it wasn't even a static field. It moved all over the manor. Honestly, the situation is completely unprecedented. Right. So they used to activate it only on special occasions, like when we had plenty of guests over for a visit, because it was so bloody pricey. So the time tax for your inflated tax bracket multiplied by the surtax per volume from the physical space covered by the temporal manipulation. Yeah, no wonder it all adds up to this insane number. It seemed like we knew something like this would happen. Oh, well, hello, I'm gone. Hi, bye, I guess. Once again, I come back at the wrong spot. All right, we're gonna get through this node, and then we're going to give me a break, and we're gonna go watch the trailer for Walpurgis. Okay? Okay? Well, anyway, you have 2 payment options to settle this time tax debt. Oi! Options? What options? It ain't like bags of 10 billion arm grow from a tree, innit? Option 1, cash payment. Option 2, time payment. Yeah, about that. What's that supposed to mean anyway? Paying with time? It means, oh, the employee who was about to answer our questions with painfully observable annoyance suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm. Understood. I just got a call that they're ready to hold the emergency meeting regarding this incident. Limbus Company may send 2 individuals to the meeting to represent your company. No need to tick-tock and fuss, Dante. Dealing with complicated matters like this meeting is one of my responsibilities. I will be joining them to discuss the possible solutions to this incident. So please keep the sinners under control. Except you, Miss Faust. You're with me. Understood. Make another mess while I'm gone, and only Ryoshu will enjoy what comes next. Keep that in mind as you wait. Oh. Tick-tock. Well, out they go, I guess. I didn't even give us the chance to ask them more questions. They're just leaving us here like this? But isn't this whole mess basically about what'll happen to us? So, this isn't anything serious, but what's Meso doing on the gallows? What? Meso! What are you doing up there? I was told to stand here, so I have done so. I love him. I love him so much. Who told you to do that? I did. Just trying to be helpful with you and your friend's little time tax problem. I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting. Whoa! A clock with legs! How fascinating. If someone were to submit you for consideration at the upcoming expo, you might even be worth a participation trophy. You remind me of the time when some hapless soul submitted a timepiece that doubled as a compass that had a rather tragic and critical design flaw. You could tell the time or find your path, but never both at once. Tell directions or tell the time. It was only one thing or the other, leaving you lost in time and stranded in the streets. That was not good. Not at all. It's no better than a clock ticked or a compass at the end of the day, is it? Oh, right! TT-52 protocol is operating at an experimental capacity within this office space, so don't you forget. Anyone not synced with the Daily Standard Time might find this a little disorientating, so keep that in mind as well. What? Now, that's a look of someone who has never once heard of the TT-52 protocol, TT-52 protocol, as its name suggests, is an invention to address the temporal efficiency problem present in the TT4 protocol. It's doing test runs in only a few select T-Corp offices, so if you ever feel the urge to leave your impressions of this shiny new thing, feel free to jot it down a few words in that bulletin. Wait a minute, who wrote that 3-star review? The man, whom we presume to be a T-Corp staff, seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero external input. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking, anyway. Anyways, if you're ready, let's get cracking. I am ready. Wait, I don't know if it's really a good idea to be ready for something that looks like... The rope extending from the intimidating machine tightened around Merceau's throat. Is that what it means to pay our time tax with time? Getting hanged from the gallows? Please call it by its precise and given name, the temporal scale gallows. It measures the exact amount of time you owe and sucks that time right out of you. That wasn't the original anime, mind you. There was simply too much hubbub and hullabaloo about its excessively long name, which had approximately 58 words, or letters. Can someone ask him what will happen to Merceau? Is that thing going to kill Merceau? Kill him? Nonsense! She's a very gentle machine. This is simply preposterous. However, a however spoken in such manner oft portends that events of even greater ill fortune shall befall us. Befall us? Before us. I'm not so sure as to what might happen, actually. I suppose it'll suck 10 million arms worth of time out of your friend. Stop being obtuse. What is that even supposed to mean? Is he going to be stuck like that for 10 billion hours or something? What? Well, not exactly. Let me tell you about T-Corp's particularly generous system called the 4-hour daily minimum time guarantee policy. How generous, Even when worst, every citizen is entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. According to T-Corp, Public Welfare Council, 4 hours is the absolute minimum number of hours in a day to guarantee human survival. Survive being the key word here. Tick, 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 tick. My. Sucking 10 billion and 40 million arms worth of time from your friend was too much, I suppose. Look, it says measurement error. That rarely happens. Can this man just... My throat? She is doing okay. How are your ears doing, guys? Am I dost I entertain thee? Wait. You pulled the lever when you didn't even know what was going to happen? Just out of curiosity? Of course. 10 billion on of time tax debt is historically unprecedented amount of debt, so I had to see what would happen. You could land first place in a lottery and you still wouldn't even come close to making 10 billion on, and that's before taxes. I'd say you all belong in a museum of history, if I'm being honest. Besides, I haven't even seen anyone with more than 150 hours in time tax debt willingly step up to the gallows before. Anyone beyond that usually chooses to run and digs themselves into an even deeper debt hole. Point is, I scarcely expected someone in a 10 billion on time tax hole to just walk up there like that. What is wrong with this guy? Awaken, Mesalt! Prithee, surrender not to such machinery! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thou art unharmed. I am all right. Why did you get down from the gallows for now, Missile? Virgilius and Faust, who returned just as this incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. Oh my gosh. That guy really talks a lot. But funnily enough, he was very easy to voice. Super easy to voice. Okay, alright. I'm gonna give myself a break. We're gonna drink copious amounts of room temperature water. We are going to turn down this audio. We're going to go find the trailer, which I do have here. And then I am going to yeah, it's this one. Yes. Yeah. Hello. 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 No, your beard and your hair are wet. Please stay away.
They're not wet. See, touch it.
It is so wet.
It's a little bit wet.
He is a certified yapper, right? Alright. I think I'll be spending 400 pulls in this manner. Okay. We're going to put the desktop audio on. Now, I'm gonna test it for a second because it's probably gonna be quite loud. Wait, I have this on the wrong... Sorry. I have this on the wrong screen. I'm like craning my neck up. The other monitor. Okay, you guys let me know if you can't hear it. Oh! Oh! Why is it so cute? Oh! I think she just turned tragically dark. Yeah, voice dropped and everything. Excuse you? Oh my gosh. Why is that so cute? Why is that so cute? Oh. Ooh, who's this? Ooh. Oh, I like this. I forgot I'm supposed to be drinking. Oh, she's gorgeous. Sword sharpened with tears. Oh, wait. Oh, cute. Oh, that'll be an interesting announcer to get. Oh, why is it so cute? In the name of love and hate, Don Quixote. Oh. What? What? point and the wink and the tongue. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh, that's gorgeous. Is this an ego? Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What? Okay. Oh, wait, there's more. Okay. Oh. I wonder if for, you know, for people who haven't played Library of Ruina, who don't actually know what that reference is. Like, I only know very vaguely what the reference is myself. I wonder how they're going to deal with that story-wise. Because that would be really, really interesting to know in terms of, like, how are they going to deal with all of that lore. Because it definitely feels like a big thing. A really, really big thing. Fastra, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Went for the Ruina reference. Queen of Hatred True Form is a snake, by the way. Neko, hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream, darling. Mainly references LobCorp. There was just a detail that's related to Ruina. Oh, sorry. Wrong way. Sorry about that. See, like, that's what I'm saying. People like me, or people who don't have friends that are aware of the lore and can explain it, how are they going to feed that lore to newcomers, you know, to that stuff there? We need the Gibura announcer swearing at you with every slur just for having a minor life issue. With fingers becoming active IDs, more praying for Yarn ID next? I have no idea who that is. Long story short, she crashed out and beams people. Well, And also, hi Moon, I saw you come in. How you doing today? Yeah, so that's what, 1 week away, isn't it? For us, it's like next Thursday, right? Oh my gosh, that's, people are gonna go crazy. I don't know if I'm anywhere near where I should be for a Walpurgis dump. I only have 18,000 lunacy, 220 boxes, modules. I don't have any boxes. I have no boxes because I've been using them. So yeah, I'm not certain where I'm at. But I guess, ma'am, I only have 13k. I guess I'll just see how I go. I might do a couple of Mirror Dungeon runs this week, maybe to try and get my battle pass up. Because I am up to 83, so that's not too bad. I only have 700 lunacy. Oh Leah. Oh dear. Like, as much as I want him, I think I'm going to wait and see what happens with Walpurgis. And then I'll see if I have resources left over to dispense him, I think. You can only shard old Wildpappy. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I want Full Stop Heathcliff. That's been my big thing. I haven't really discovered what the other identities are. But I came in on the Full Stop office Walpurgis, and I really need that Heathcliff. I really, really want that Heathcliff. On support for people. Oh, thanks, Leah. You'd have to wait for next Walpurgis to shard the new one. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm looking forward to the point that I can shard Heathcliff. But as I said, I don't have, where is he? 68. See, 68. Like, that's not great. That's not great. But anyway. We'll see. We'll see. I would love to definitely put some pulls through for the magical girl, though. She looks peak. She looks really good. I was not sure how they were going to handle that because of the announcement. I was like, how? But the design is absolutely, I love it. I absolutely love it. I kind of agree with the corrupted form, that I thought it was going to be a bit more corrupted. Like, considering the corrupted Yearning Makala is quite, you know, monstrous. But I mean, it's in keeping with the whole like magical girl transformation sort of thing. So, you know, I don't think they did a bad job at all. Not at all. I think you have almost enough for Heathcliff. I might just grind for 1 or 2 weeks of MD6 and you have enough. Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, I'll probably do like a last minute grind. But also, you know, it's one of those things of like, if I happen to not get what I want, I don't have to wait that long to get another chance. You know, and I've been doing other, like, I've been pulling other identities and stuff like that. So it's kind of my fault for not playing too. Hi, Saz. Hello, hello, hello. For at least 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah. All right, you guys ready to get your listening ears on again? Aha! The adventure of the 3 detectives. Okay. Who are the 3 detectives? I hope that other guy doesn't come back. Okay. I can clearly see that you are both accusing me of letting the sinners run wild again, but we had our reasons. We have reached an agreement. And you explained things to them, right? Please tell me that the agreement doesn't involve us collectively dangling from that stupid gallows. Oh, if you guys can hear some popping, Bear is making some popcorn. Oh, my order's ready. Haha, I gotta eat. I'll be right back. A 10 billion on is certainly an absurd amount of money. But that doesn't change the fact that we are still responsible for it. We did benefit from the extra time it granted us, and its use was something that was mutually agreed upon before our unilateral activation. Because it was an unexpected event, no countermeasures could be put in place either. Yeah, but we didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feet back then. I felt a bit miffed about being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this. If you plan to sacrifice one of us to settle the debt, I request that you evaluate our worth based on individual merit. I have prepared performance evaluation sheets for each sinner precisely for one such occasion. On the last pages of these evaluation sheets are extra opinions that I don't plan on leaving any of you behind to take the fall for the group. 10 billion up, blah, 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 blah. Besides, 10 billion on isn't the kind of money that you can settle without a sacrifice of an individual. Tick. But we did eventually find a reasonable compromise while you were wasting your time horsing around in front of the gallows. And that compromise is... we have been contracted to deal with the distortion. No, Swaggy! You might have to restart the thing. I need a pen. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna do this. Huh. I guess they're really starting to put our names out there to specifically sort us out, deal with this distortion. I think this pen might be too big. Maybe a smaller thing. Because I was using, I had my finger in my mouth before, and it was not good. It was not good. Ooh, pen. I've had a thinner pen. Alright. Huh. I guess we're really starting to see our name. Yeah, you know what? Let's move on. They have sought out other fixers and companies to deal with this issue first. We were their 6th choice after the first 5 failed to produce a meaningful result. Gotcha. Well, the stories are starting to circulate via word of mouth. I will not deny that. So what kind of distortion are we dealing with this time? This is a request regarding a series of similar, unsolved cases within T-Corps. Yum. Yum.
It's okay.
And in my imagination, is the popcorn smaller?
Smaller. It didn't air it much because gas allows it to air a bit more.
Oh, yeah.
So,
And gas has got more heat. I need to eat this while it's hot. Salty popcorn. This is probably not going to do me any good for my throat, right? It's already losing its heat. Almost there. They're becoming room temperature now. Yeah. They lose their, like, butteriness when they get colder. I mean, it's not bad for, like, homemade popcorn, right? Okay. Yeah. It's becoming less and less, like, impactful. That's it. I'll eat the rest as I go, but as for the initial hot popcorn in the mouth, yum. Hmm. Hey, buddy, you want some popcorn? You want some popcorn?
Can I have the whole tofu?
Let me have another handful, and then you can have the rest. Here you go. You're welcome. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. All right.
What? Just what?
Hmm. Hmm.
Tortoise.
Hmm. You built the TARDIS?
Yeah, I just need to build like the outer like the
Okay.
blue.
Dude, outerior is called exterior.
Sorry. Exterior.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bob. I was gonna do
Mwah.
Luke.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh no. This is the other thing I don't like about popcorn. Well, it's stuck on my face. Aww. Alright, here we go. Ah. Let me get it back. This is a request regarding a series of similar unsolved cases within Teacorp's borders. Some call it the case of time-killing time. Several people have already fallen victim to the perpetrator. Pardon me. The case of time-killing time? It is exactly what it says on the tin. A distortion is running wild, killing our time. Time is an asset here at Teacorp. It is not so difficult for us to track down the occasional time robberies by tracing it. But in the case of time-killing time, the killer does not leave any traces. It is simply gone, completely removed and untraceable. No such thing has ever happened here before. Thus, the significance of this case cannot be emphasized enough. That is why we formally request that you solve this case for us. In return, we will exempt you from your time tax debt. We've been manipulated. Oh. Like, for sure, right? For sure, we are being manipulated, right? 10 billion? That's ridiculous. Thus arriveth once again my time to shine. Okay, I gotta get this one thing. Oh. Okay, hold on. Hold on. There's this one every time I talk. Home. Why won't you? Oh, that was pushing my. Nope, it's not gone. It's pushing my teeth apart. Oh, it hurts. Ah. I guess this is my fault for shoving popcorn in my mouth. Hi, Vlad. We just watched it. Ow. You knew it was gonna be Roger? Mm-hmm. Absolutely peak. What's not peak is this one piece of popcorn stuck in between my teeth. It's literally one piece. Ow. Now tap. Every time it rubs up against my tongue every time I talk. I'm gonna try this. I think I got it. Okay. To a book I have perused in recent days, aiming in order to detect detectives working to solve the cases of urban nightmare or beyond are issued this special investigator badge during the course of their employment. It is a badge that may as well be a universal pass to command all kinds of aid regarding the detectives. Fixers! Also, when I go high like that, fixers! Do I cut out? Does the audio cut out when I go super high? Fixers! Because I don't want to keep doing Don if it's cutting out. Anybody at all? Nobody? I can't tell. It does a little, I think. Okay, maybe I'll just turn it down a little bit then. Okay. We plan to issue those... Oh, I just got dizzy. We plan to issue those badges, yes. Much have I longed to add one such badge to my collection. Perchance thou shalt allow us to keep the badges once this case is dealt with. Nay, I demand that I be awarded with at least 3 badges. One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business, so that... Shut it! That's... Right. What are we waiting for? Let's crack on, whack this distortion, and get the hell out of here. I hate dealing with money problems. Yep, I'd be doing that ellipses too. I value your enthusiasm, but I would have... Okay, no more popcorn breaks for me. But I would also appreciate if you could allow others to finish their sentences before cutting them off and going on a long tangent of your own. The problem is, they don't want all 13 of you running amok in an effort to solve the case. Indeed, I can't have your entire group run wild in the streets and potentially waste the precious time of our residents. Also, the Special Investigator badge isn't something that T-Corp hands out like candy. We can't give away a whole box of gadgets for all 13 of them. I concur, to a degree. Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the number of sinners, was the first one to welcome this. I'm sorry. It's just hilarious. We should have done something like this a long time ago. What use is there in hauling around these dead weights? We will leave the useless pawns behind to wait in the bus while the elite team of high-performing individuals takes care of business. You seem rather confident that you'd be a part of that elite team of high-performing individuals, Otis. It's ridiculous to even suggest otherwise. All right, enough with your nonsense. So how many of us are allowed to work on this case anyway? Virgilius trailed off, clearly unhappy about this outcome. Wow! My nose is so stuffy. Oh, it's really... It's messing with the voices, man. Messing with the voices. They have decided that 4 individuals, including the manager, is an appropriate amount of people allowed to partake in this investigation. That's not a lot. Accept it. We barely managed to get the authorization for 4 after much debate. Well, then you have wasted your breath. A tag team of the executive manager and I will be more than enough to handily complete this mission. Alright, so it all comes down to my choice, huh? 3 sinners? So many eyes upon me. Not that I've ever had them all look at me at the same time before, but the pressure is on a completely different level when it comes to making judgment calls like these. Looks like the manager is deep in thought, but pointlessly agonizing over something like this is a waste of time. I'm taking volunteers first, so let's see some hands quickly now. Which would I choose? It's an investigation, right? So I think going on personality alone, I might take Yisung, Faust, and I don't know who the third would be. Maybe Heathcliff from Muscle, and like he knows the backstreets, you know? That's probably what my choices would be. Just based on like experience, intelligence, personality, etc. Forsooth, I shan't hesitate before such excellent opportunity. Maybe it's time for maybe it's finally my time to shine. Oi, you don't even need to ask me, alright? Let's get on with it. Nah, that wasn't... I'm not raising my hand. I'm just cleaning my glasses. This is no simple matter. I've not been with so few sinners before, except for that one time when we accidentally walked out to the outskirts through the back door. So I have to take this slow and really consider all possible angles. Mine is Heathcliff because he's heavily intuitive and Merceau because he just wins. Haha, true. Rudy! CHATTY, hello. Just ask Merceau to find the guy, and he immediately locks on and uses chains of others on them. What a mess. It would be too much trouble for me to list and debate all the arbitrary limitations they set. So allow me to make the choices for you this time, Dante. Well, I don't think there's too big of a gap between them when it comes to their capabilities, but they all excel in different situations. Dante, are you listening? I just said that I will be the one to choose your companions. Now, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together. It's also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team less than the sum of its parts. This is all building team synergy. Wait, didn't Roger say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh well together? And the sinners who will accompany Dante to solve this case are... I have to choose someone who can support me, calmly assess the situation, and remain free from biased judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. Sinners who fit that description are... Do we even have anyone like that? I still have to choose someone, though. Ah! Damn it! I've got it! I choose Faust, Merceau, and Yisung. Rodion, Ryoshu, and Honglu. What? 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 Oh, wait. Huh? Dante has selected me, Merceau, and Yisung. Haven't you been listening, Dante? You got baited? I have certain things to discuss with Miss Faust regarding our upcoming journey, so she was not an option. Yisung was immediately ruled out even before the meeting adjourned due to his history of developing an unauthorized invention at T-Corp. Merceau did not volunteer. There was no reason to volunteer. Though I may have been disallowed from joining this investigation, I am truly grateful for your appreciation, Dante. I shan't soon forget this. Well, wait, that's the, Hey, Otis, you know that's not at all what I meant. I just thought that maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to effectively manage the remaining sinners while we're... Okay. I really soured the mood, didn't I? The three of them, whom I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out together, all turned to look in my direction. Whoa! Just the three of us, huh? Trio is such an eye-catching number, isn't it? Roger, I get, but why'd the two of you volunteer? Thought it sounded F-A-H. The greater the quantity and the diversity of experience, the better it is. Don Quixote tragically drops her head to the ground, crestfallen. I have naught else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in that. Sorry. I'm sorry. This vertical placement. Oh, Dawn. Oh, Dawn. I have naught else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in this world. Indeed, That must be why Sir Virgilius has failed to catch mine impassioned hand. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Virgilius did not even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise their hand. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though. 'Tis my final legacy I bestow upon thee. What's all this? A book? A magnifying glass? And are these clothes? 'Tis my treasure, my collection. Prithee be gentle with them. Ooh, but why are you carrying 3 sets of clothing? One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business. Verily, is that not obvious to thee? Records of investigation, solution to the 13 problems by Agatha. Somebody's autographed it. So who's this Agatha? Why? What, ye all so ignorant in the lore of fixers? Once she was a great one fixer who was so prolific that she may as well have been the face of the 7 Association. Truly? No. Most people don't know those lore, Don Quixote. Cumbersome clothes. How wilt thou call thyself an ace detective when not dressed appropriately for the occasion? Here, here, 'tis only right that the leading ace detective adorn her countenance with this special moustache. Look, Lady Agatha says in the foreword to this book that any self-respecting ace detective must always dress themselves in impeccable fashion. Don Quixote, just let go. So, I mean, I'm sure everyone has their reasons, but how come you didn't get picked for this, Ishmael? Didn't get picked? I never volunteered. Hey, it's not every day you get a legitimate chance to get some free paid time off without breaking company rules. I wasn't about to let that chance slip. Yes, I did have some last-minute regrets when I saw who Virgilius picked, but I'll just relax for a bit and jump in to help him out when needed. Well, good luck. Well, call us the Elite Four. How's that? While the self-proclaimed Elite Four runs around T-Corp, why don't we find a place to take the edge off and unwind? How unfortunate. T-Corp did not authorize the rest of the sinners to run around run around? Maybe that's a typo. It could not be a typo, though. It makes sense for both words. Unmonitored. You must understand that we simply cannot let individuals responsible for 10 billion ARNs worth of time tax roam free without proper collateral. Looks like they have temporary lodgings for those who have failed to pay their time tax. Virgilius was pointing at what was clearly a jail cell. Are you certain that's lodging guide? They're going to, I'm going to jail? Yep. As a living collaterals, apparently. It'll be fun! Hey! Bet you look fondly back at this memory when it's all said and done, okay? We'll be right back, so be nice and stay put. Nice. This jail cell at least has some heating. Wait. What happens if they just leave and don't come back? We'll be seeing them again after 10 million hours worth of time passes, I guess. What? this is hilarious. Look. Ryoshi, like, fully got into it. Hey, wait, get back here. That's more than enough time to finish weaving on the loom. Calm down, all right. We'll be back before you even shall return triumphantly as a glorious band of ace detectives. Mark my words. Oh, thank you for the headbands, the stretch, and the hydrate. It's really odd. It's 2 hours already. Oh my gosh, we're gonna get a stretch. Chat, you need to stretch too, yeah. Ooh, I must admit that I did kind of shrimp up a little bit. Oh. Ooh, my neck popped. I'm gonna have a drink. Do you know what? I think the low, rough Virgilia's voice is the one that's stuffing my nose up. We set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigators badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining sinners behind. After a while, all we could hear was the sad, intermittent clattering of metal as someone violently shook the steel bars. Alright, looks like everyone's ready then. Let's gonna move on and have a little chat with the third victim. Let's see, the case records say that. Aha! Here it is. It's just a stone throws away. Whoops, a stone's throw away. Huh? What do you mean? Ha! Ha! Look at the record. It clearly states that neither of the first 2 victims is in communicative state. How unfortunate. No, I mean, why are you coming along with us? I'm sorry, but we're not taking sidekick applications right now. Go away. Shoot. Incorrect. One of us will be joining your team. We were going to send an employee with you so that we... We were going to send an employee with you so that we can receive immediate updates regarding your investigation progress. Pull that stick out of your ass. We planned to send a Class 2 staff with you, but you're... Me? Class 5? See the badge. Hello, Crimson! Thank you so much for the follow, I super appreciate it. The chatterbox of an employee replied cheerfully as he produced a twinkling badge from his clothes. Apologies for failing to recognize you, sir. I scarcely expected to see a Class 5 auditor all the way down here. That guy's a Class 5 staff? Really? Class 5 is the highest rank one could reach as a wing employee, right? Yeah, I thought so too. Well, don't be so sure. It depends on which wing you're talking about. Who knows? Maybe there are Class 12 or even Class 20 employees out there. Get it? Got it? Good. Then let's get a move on. We stared in silent bafflement at the employee who had already stormed out of the building, then hurriedly followed him out the door. Isn't it absolutely brilliant? The very concept of killing time. They're not slowing down or speeding up time. They're eliminating it completely, just yanking it out of circulation. So, your name is... Mai? Relax. Call me however you want. Names are such unimportant things, aren't they? No. Names matter. Really? You never call anyone by their names, though. Relax and call you however we want? I mean, you're obviously here to be our handler. That's true. Does make things a tad awkward, doesn't it? Let me think. Aha! Oh, got it. You're all dressed like detectives. Why don't you consider me your ever helpful assistant who tags along with your adventures? Hi, Cinder. How are you doing? Okay, but still, Ryoshu, who was staring off into the distance while puffing her cigarette, suddenly spoke up just as Roger was about to retort. Assistant, lead us. Right away, ma'am. What's the difference between an assistant and a servant? You know, my family used to employ... They sure warmed up to him fast. Oh my gosh, there's so much yapping. My nose is so, like, oh my god, my nose is so blocked. I can't do the voices properly. Why? Other than deep fried, because I was out in sunlight that burns through SPF 50 plus, I'm good, just paint. Oof. Oof. Alright, cat. Bet. Let's see. The third victim of this case is this watch factory's... Hold up! The obviously gaudy and expensive suit, the meticulously trimmed and shaped moustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my deductions! You're right on the money, detective. We're off to a great start. Woohoo! We are detectives working on the case of time killing time. My name is... What? What's going on? Ryoshu. Detective. He sure is a fast talker. He's talking way faster than Maso did when he reviewed those chickens. He's talking so fast. It's like someone pressed a fast forward button on him or something. I can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. He's someone who has a lot of time. He's got the zoomies, for sure. What's that supposed to mean? An average T Corp citizen has about 20 to 28 hours in a day, but you might also run into someone like him, people with plenty of time to spare, because they have so much surplus time, they can afford to condense 40 to 50 hours into a single day. And to people with few hours in a day, it'll look as though he's moving 2-3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time could pick their nose in the blink of an eye before anyone even has the chance to catch them in the act. Ew. I gave Roger a quick look of concern. She had to do something before Ryoshu SHNC. A quick look, as in a brief flicker of the flames burning on my clock. Would you mind slowing down a bit? I'm just worried that you're at a serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. He shook his head in frustration, very rapidly that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. It began to play his voice back at us. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name's Bumble, proud proprietor of this watch factory. Apologies for this awkward method of communication. You see, my days are 52 hours long. I used to live 100-hour days in my heyday, but things have taken a turn for the worse at the factory in these recent years. 52 hours? To me, it looks as though you're all talking very, very, very slowly. I must say, it's quite frustrating, but I'm willing to suffer this annoyance as long as you can solve this case. You have 52 whole hours to spend in a single day? Gee, I can't even imagine what it'd be like. Oh, I can tell you if you're that curious. It's a very, very full life. I must say, having more time to spend in a day means that I can get more things done in a day. Like sleeping 10 more hours a night and having more than 40 hours left to spend. Good sleep really is the key to keeping your skin moist and fresh indeed. I'll let you touch it if you want. As though in an effort to demonstrate, Bumble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth while we stood there listening to his recordings. IDC. Get to the point. It was one late evening. Let's see, like always, I was busily walking down the street. I had a very, very important meeting to attend to, you know. And all of a sudden, an attack! No, wait, that was Roger. No, I just happened to recall that I left the bacon in the kitchen counter at home. I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt. Aha! My second oldest aunt used to sprinkle that salt all the time. The point. Well, I stopped briefly, looking up at the clock tower and wondering if I should head back home to salt that bacon. And that's when the Time Ripper struck. The clock tower? Each one of the 12 zones at T Corp has a clock tower that displays a... Blah, 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 blah. Hang on. Each one of the 12 zones at T Corp has a clock tower that displays an A Corp standard time scale. Because everyone has different hours to spend in a day, they want to sync with their respective time scales as well. So, tell the real objective time, one would have to check the clock tower. Oh. That's pretty neat. Alright, you two, let's focus on the important stuff. Let's see, how about we start with a physical description? A fine tailored suit. A tailored suit? A bit fancy for someone called the Time Ripper, don't you think? It must have cost me about 58 million an. Of course, since it was tailor-made, its comfort was beyond human imagination. Wait, what? Oh, and how could I forget this impressive yet keenly shaped mustache? Hey, I wasn't talking about your own physical description. One more chance until I SYNC. Okay, Cinder, I hope you feel better soon. Try not to bake like a lobster next time, okay, darlings? Oh, you mean the murderer's appearance? Well, let me think. I don't recall anything. It just happened so fast that... How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? It's not sunburn, it's light itself harms my skin. Oh, Cinder! Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face? Nope. It was just... 100 hours was gone in the blink of an eye. I missed my very important appointment thanks to that, I'll have you know. I suffered so much damages. 100 hours? So you lost a whole week in the blink of an eye? Huh? No, 100 hours for me is just 2 days or so. Still, you have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days. Ripping away time, huh? An invention that enables something like that would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award and loads of prize money that comes with it. T-Corp really values and supports its inventors, you know. Some people say that once upon a time, T-Corp's executive director himself showed up to bestow the awards. I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I say that he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once, and he was giving away autographs. Then maybe we're looking for an inventor who received an award for that tech? Assistant? but every invention at T Corp needs to be registered at the Technology Administration Agency, though it is not without a few exceptions. There once was a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine Literateurs made some inventions that they neglected to register, and wow, what a mess that was. Every single corner of T Corp was up in arms, everyone dashing about in panic, making arrests, holding important meetings while It was that big of a deal? I can't even imagine how hard it must have been for Yisa. Alright. So, is there anything like that registered in T Corp's tech agency? Hi, Starlight. You see the new trailer? I did. We watched it a bit ago. How did you like it? Nope. First time hearing about anything like it. You could have started there, you know. What if this is a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Ryoshu, who was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out the factory window and let out another puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, no corpses. Well, yeah, no one's actually dead. We don't know where the killer is. Absolute peak. I'm gonna spend my life savings on that Don. Nice. Who could it be, I wonder? Someone who took a liking to my very expensive suit, I say. Disagree. Your suit's shit. Oh? Besides, if I really wanted to kill you... Me? Why would you... I'd have to be able to move as fast as you do. I won't be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. Ryoshu strode toward him before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Ryoshu was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard into his neck, despite the disparity in time. Just like this. Ah! Whoa! I thought she was actually going to beat the crap out of him with that scabbard. That'd be the case closed then. All we'd have to do was arrest Ryoshu. You scared the heck out of me. Well, I suppose that villain really didn't stab me in the vitals or whatever. But he did appear all of a sudden, just like you did. I see. So the killer isn't just running around ripping time away from random people left and right. Yes. The killer was going specifically for that ASS. The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I thought. I meant that annoying, stupid stash. Not having that kid here is frustrating. No way! Can you think of a single person who'd hate someone like me? I can't think of more than a few. I say that it must have been the work of some bandit who wanted to try on my tailored suit. Oh, what about your employees? Lady Agatha's book says that to find the culprit, we must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose it's at least a very good page-turner. Honglu can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out too, once we get back to the bus. Yeah, that works. Then, the culprit has to be someone who hates the owner so much enough to try to take his time. Nah, That seems quite plausible. As you can see... What? The laborers at this factory, they're all working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses. Oh, most factory laborers like them usually live rather short 10-hour days, most of which they spend at their factory jobs anyway. What did you say? Listen up, everyone! Our output gain saw only 13% growth compared to last month's growth. Have I not impressed upon you how important this is? We'll all be falling behind profit margin projections at this rate. Bumble hollers at them in frustration. The labourers very, very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner. Even that simplest action taking an excruciatingly long time to complete. Boss, it's impossible to work any faster than... Oh, how bothersome. Less complaining, more assembly. Use your times effectively. Chop chop! You have no idea how frustrating it has been for me as of late. Did you even know that the next batch of cogs have stopped all of a sudden? We could understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble, you're talking way too fast for them to understand. You know that? How do you expect them to understand a thing you're saying? So? It's not me who's too fast, it's them who are too slow. Only hustlers and busy bees like myself who make the best of their time can rise above the rest in this chaotic, bustling city. What? You know that's a load of bull. How are they supposed to hustle or make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? And with what time? Roger, hey, I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in T-Corp, after all. Hey, assistant, you're a Class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think there's anything normal about all of this? Normal? Dear detectives, do you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest in the city, all the way from A to Z? Can you confidently say that you have seen all there is to see? Not really, but... Then give this idea a thought, why don't you? That the notion of what is normal is just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, that suffering is just a part of life in the city, regardless of which nest you're in. I don't see any suffering in that mug of Mr. 50-hour days right there. Such harsh words! I have my share of pain, I'll have you know. I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of a pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time on your day? It's so tedious. Bumble gently fixed his moustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. Wow. We got nowhere in that. Absolutely nowhere. I mean, I got lunacy. Oh, hello! Oh, that's right. We can only have these guys. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I didn't realize this was gonna be a thing. enjoy. Not gonna lie, I also go F up since I don't have any good characters with those three. Oh yeah, insert Kool-Aid man here. Anyway.
지위를 받는 건
이제야 부르나 뜀박질 시간.
I got this? Yeah. I mean, I doubt it would be all that difficult, to be honest. Maybe we can flip a script on our line of thought. What kind of people, Roger, do you think hate rich people? Who do you think would hate people like me? Hello, you okay? You alright?
I'm very cold and I'm just like, I'm very lonely.
Okay. You wanna go to bed?
Huh?
Do you wanna go to bed?
No. I'm just lonely.
Well, why don't you spend some time with Daddy? He's right there. Maybe you guys can watch a movie together, yeah?
I want to play with him, but just
Almost at Wolf, I don't have any good IDs, but these proceeds to have 3 good IDs on screen. I mean, I don't... whatever. Well, except for my family. If I do ever get murdered under mysterious circumstances, I'm willing to bet that it's one of my family members who did me in. Or Heathcliff. That's a pretty dark joke. The culprit went straight for Bumble, but his employees literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either. Yes, if the culprit's hiding among those slowpokes, Clock would have noticed it. Then that narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory, someone without much time, someone who's got a bone to pick against the time rich. Or it could be someone who's unhappy about the state of affairs in T-Corp Nest. Also, while Dante could be right that this power was granted by a distortion, nothing rules out the possibility that they may be using an unregistered invention. There may be more than a single culprit, then. More than a single culprit? Huh. Wait. I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. Nah. No way. I doubt it. They don't ever take drastic actions like these anymore. Even back at J-Corp. Wow, that's some coincidence, isn't it? I happen to know of a group of people just like them. Sometime later, in a certain alleyway. A group of people unhappy with the state of affairs in the nest. Perhaps you are looking for the Euro-DV. Divi. Euro-Divi. Okay, you know, that's what that word is now, okay? Euro-Divi. Euro-Divi. Divi. Yeah, that's what it is. Ah, that rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of that organization, Roger? Roger stopped dead in her tracks. The Euro-Divi? Here? Do you know something about that organization? I did hear that they've been spreading through the nests as of late. though it hasn't been long since they started popping up with T-Corp's borders, within T-Corp's borders. So direct T-Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest to question any suspicious individuals. Eurocamp. Methinks it's a real bother, standing guard here, all this stop and search. So tedious. So, what are the Euro to be up to around here? All kinds of stuff that petty thieves get up to, stealing things like time or money. Well, I did hear that they also do some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people, and... Wait! Stop right there! You! What are you looking around all shifty for, eh? It's a stop and search! Well, hey, I'm just trying to walk away from that lady with the cig and the creepy glare! Why did I turn Italian? That's weird. Where can we find them, the UTV? Well, it probably ain't too difficult. Let's see, they're... Honglu! A sudden explosion tore Honglu to what? A sudden explosion tore Honglu to shreds as he was peeking around an alleyway. Speak of the devil. Maybe I should have activated their badges earlier. Activate our badges? Starting off with a bang, huh? Good luck, Dante! Let's bring him back. Gotcha. Turn on the clock now. Wait, you can bring him back? There! The explosion came from that way! Damn watch chains of T-Corp! Here to collect your filthy Jews, eh? Okay, no time to explain, right? So let's talk about that later. Honglu got nuked! Poor thing. That's gotta hurt, right? Right? Has to hurt. Has to hurt.
직접 알게 합니다.
그 삶의 마침표를.
I don't know these sinners as well as my other team. Hello, Water! Good morning. So I'm not entirely sure if I'm using them effectively. What is his guard ability?
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
Turn start. And what about Ryoshi?
더 처리할 먹잇감 있나?
What does this do? Okay. Fair enough.
타겟 포착.
Let's go.
한시 방향.
Shadow Demon 6660. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, I don't think I'm using Ryoshu right, but anyway. Ryoshu is also at like level 33. So her team's gonna carry her at this stage. And I've got no experience tickets left. So I can't do anything about it. That's okay. Roger will carry.
흑수묘, 뜀박질 춤. 맞는 거야.
Ooh!
맞는 거야.
Nope. So about yesterday's question, Canto 6, how do you feel overall about it? So Canto 6 for me, Water was a bit of a like hit and miss. I appreciated the way they told the story. It, like I said, it's been a very long time since I've read Wuthering Heights. And honestly, it wasn't the best book I've ever read. I did not agree with the characters. I did not agree with a lot of their motivations. I did not agree, you know, with that sort of stuff. So it was really interesting to me to see how Project Moon approached that, especially given the very like the themes in the book. Hello, Kyokoku. How are you doing? So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the story it told. I did not enjoy the characters themselves because they were written so well. They were written so well that I hated all of them. So, like, well done to Project Moon for that. Well done to their writers. In terms of some of the drawn-out Heathcliff stuff, I personally was not a fan of having to beat the Earl King like 3 or 4 times. I also personally wasn't a big fan of the boss fight. I feel like there was definitely a difficulty spike. In that you had to lock in for a good 40 minutes to do that fight. Like, it was... I feel like there were too many stages and it just kept dragging on. So, like, when I fought Ahab, right? Everybody's horrible in the original source. Yeah, everybody. Like, there's nothing good about that story. So when I fought Ahab, I understood she had different phases. And I like the mechanics were very easy to understand. I don't mean battle mechanics. I mean the scenes, the story, the way it sort of wove into it. Whereas I felt that this ending fight was kind of like they told a convoluted story and then all of a sudden you know, they've gotten it's the equivalent to a TV show who like has a cult following, gets through half a season, then gets told that they're, you know, cancelled, so they have to rush the ending. You get what I mean? So in one stage, I felt like the ending was super rushed and pushed in your face compared to the rest of the canto. And another thing, I thought the fight itself with the mechanics that were in it was way too long. I did not see the reason why you had to beat Catherine that many times. Did not see the reason why we had to keep swapping and changing so many times. It's like, you like the Ricardo fight like as bad as that? I was fine with fighting the Earl King mostly because of the book. So like... This is the thing. I absolutely adored the way they told the story. At the same time, I think there could be improvements made, but without really diving in deep and without me like rereading the source material, without me like going through and finishing the rest of the game that we have so far and understanding people's personalities better, etc., etc., I would not be able to tell how to improve. Like, all I can say is that for me, the canto itself was a little lackluster, and a bit draggy, and then it ended off with an also lackluster and draggy ending. But when you put all of it together, it was fantastic. Like I genuinely thought that storytelling wise, this was probably one of the better ones that I've seen so far. And it was like, it was definitely something, yeah, like, it just works. Yeah, you're right, Turtle. It really did work. I wouldn't know how to change any of that. Perhaps I would maybe sort of pull back on a lot of the choppy changes. It's a story that requires a lot of back and forth, a lot of looking back in time, a lot of that sort of thing. So I think they did okay with that, but I think there might have been a more efficient way to be able to sort of drive you through the canto faster. For the amount of content that there was there, I feel like it was a tad bloated. I feel like it was a tad too long, a tad too much, a tad too, you know, complicated. There were some things in there where I just had to kind of take it for granted that it was a thing. Like, I had to suspend my disbelief and just be like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, this is a thing, right? Okay, so the sky is green. Yep. We're going to accept that. I'll move on. Let's get to the rest of the story, sort of thing. In terms of the fighting and in terms of like the battling and things like that, I think it was pretty well balanced. I enjoyed going through all the nodes. Like I said, the nodes felt a little long. But yeah, I did read somewhere that everyone's going out of their established character personalities to help Heath, but he didn't really notice it. Yeah, Heath, this whole thing was very, so I think in the other cantos, it was, oh, hello, hi, we've got a raid, hello, your Uncle Nick. Hello, Uncle Nick. Hi, welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for the raid. I super appreciate it. Hi, guys. If you guys don't know me already, my name is Wolf Sister. I am a variety VTuber who loves to chill and chat. We are having our regular Limbus Company Friday, and we're just having some discussions. I've just finished Canto 6. I'm sort of in the middle of the Intervalo time killing time at the moment. I have a lot of veterans in my chat who tend to want to talk to me about my thoughts as I go through the game. So we're just sort of discussing those things at the moment. But also, how are you guys doing today? Hello. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Uncle Nick. That's amazing. Thank you. A retro raid. I love that. That's amazing. Let's have a little look. See, what were you doing? What were you playing? Hope stream is going well. Thank you. Okie dokie. Ooh, hello. Lego Star Wars. Nice. Oh, I love the PNG. The PNG is awesome. That's really cool. Well, thank you so very much for the raid. Also, guys, please don't forget, post-stream care is a thing. So Raider and Raiders, if you guys need to go eat, sleep, hydrate, stretch, please don't hesitate to look after yourselves. We're really big into self-care here. But if you do all of that stuff, or if you're doing it while you have me in like podcast version or in your pocket or something. I really, really super appreciate you guys hanging around. You pull up a chair. We do discussions. I'm doing a whole bunch of voice acting at the moment. I am not very good at it, so I'm just warning you. I'm just warning you. That's cat. Heath had major tunnel vision. Yes, I will get back to that point, by the way, as I was talking before, before the raid. Way before we continue, apparently the Woolpokers trailer is out. Have you seen it? I have seen it, yes. Minecraft. We were starting a big build, beat the dragon yesterday. That's my old model. I upgraded, but thank you for the compliment. Ooh. Do you have a video with your upgraded model? I want to see. Where's your page again? Do you have something with your upgraded model on it? You only have. Okay. Ooh, wait. I see it. Yesterday. Oh, wow. Where'd you get that from? Did you, like, is that from an artist or did you draw it? Oh, wow. I love the hair. The hair is on point. That hair is good. The hair is really good. Movement tracking looks good too. It should be on my latest VOD. There's a couple of recent clips. Yeah. I found it. And yes, we already saw the new trailer. Nick, if you're hanging around, have you heard of Limbus Company before? Have you heard of this game before? Are you familiar with it? It's basically like a visual novel-esque battle D&D thing with numbers. I'm not explaining this very well. I have not. Okay. It was a part of a piece of software. Actually, I have a bunch of free templates, but eventually I'll have an even better one made by an artist. Ooh, can't wait to see it. Hopefully I can catch a stream. I do lurk a lot. Sometimes I don't say hi, so yeah, if you do see me pop up, I'm giving you a silent wave. But yeah, like this is I was saying to Water before, about, yes, we have seen the new Woolpokers trailer, by the way. We watched that. Water. She is very, very cute. Turtle, what was I talking about? Oh, yes, Heathcliff, tunnel vision. I feel like in every other Kanto, you know, especially, you know, you've got Yisangs, you've got, you have, I can't remember her name. Oh my gosh. Kanto 5. Anyway, what I was saying was, hello, Hawk see mine. So Hawk is mine. You can't have him. Hello, Hawk. Hi, Hawks. Snow, happy time zones. Hello. Welcome back to the stream. I was not talking about quantum physics. Shush. I'm not that smart. Anyway, I feel like, you know, all 11 other sinners sort of pitch in and help, and yeah, they have character growth. Whereas I feel like Heathcliff was very much, no, you are being taken on my journey. This is what I'm doing. You know, to hell with you guys. Yeah, sure, your background set sort of thing. So, yes. I believe Heathcliff's character growth is going to happen in other people's cantos. Yes, he did have a little bit towards the end of this one, but I believe with what happened at the end, which I'm not going to spoil for anybody if they haven't done it yet, with what happened at the end, with, you know, the way he changed his bat and, you know, all that sort of stuff, I think his characterization is going to more, I mean, you guys, you're up to Canto 8 now. I feel like his personality is going to get better as we go along, and he pitches in to help other sinners, you know. Roger is not of despair. Yes. Yes. All right. So, to our newbies, I do apologize. Usually this game is voiced. However, this part of it isn't voiced. It is getting voiced later on. They've recently let everybody know that they've recently started voicing their in-between content. So yeah, you get to listen to me. Congrats. Retreat! Hey, participation trophy. Participation trophy. Is he talking to me? How on earth did you do that earlier? Tick tock, and voila! Seems to me that you rewound the time and unwounded your friends. Never seen a tech that could rewind time like that. Well, that's trade secret. Ask, and you shall receive pain. Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time? As far as I am aware, there's practically no way to rewind time for a singular entity that exists in an open, unenclosed area. Either that, or my study didn't reach as far as I thought it did. Wait, no, that's actually a very serious problem then. I was very desperate, you know. It was very unlikely that I missed anything. Thank you for the follow, Hawks. I appreciate it. We killing time literally? Yes, Daya. Yes, we are. You know, what else is a serious... I don't know why. I've got a pen in my hands and I keep clicking the lid. So I'm very... I'm loath to put down the pen. So if you guys are wondering what that click is, it's me fiddling. Hawker's mine, you can't have him. Let me guess. MHA. Ha. Ha. This is Limbus Company. This is Limbus. What's MHA? Let me in on it. I think Canto 6 Heath never really gets better at the end of it, but I'm curious what they do going forward with his character. Like, you know how he says he will get Kathy back. I think that will be through the Golden Bow. I find that idea very compelling. That's their name, sister. Yes. No, I want to know what MHA is. I know that's their name. My Hero Academia. Oh, okay. All right. You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that we're wasting our time chatting about inane stuff while they're all getting away. Come on, Dante. Hold on. Inane stuff? This is extremely serious. Its importance is absolutely incomparable to what amounts to arresting a few small fry revolutionaries. If it was a true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already. So I doubt that's what this is. That it must have something to do with time manipulation. I'm certain of it. Maybe it works with the same mechanisms as the TT2 protocol under the hood. No. That works only within an isolated enclosure. It can't rewind the time of a singular individual. Perhaps they are drawing time from elsewhere to inject it into their time streams? That seems a tad more plausible. If you're actually rewinding time, then the visual elements of that process would manifest in a vastly different manner. I suppose this means that you can't really rewind or skip time either. Am I right? can't just say all that gibberish and expect me to be able to. The process also seems to involve a great degree of pain. Oh well, it seems to be a bad taste to say that it's a good news, but I suppose I can say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat auspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty only if we had to venture into one of the more dangerous places like the back streets, but here we go. Check the other side of your badges. There should be a small clockwork knob attached to your badges in there. Mind rotating it a bit for me? Just so you all don't get too confused about my gender, I am a they, the, but if you don't like that, then call me she, her. Thank you very much for letting us know your pronouns, Hawks. I'm going to say it now. Project Moon cooked with Walpurga 6 of Speak. The Class 5 staff jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects within a matter of seconds, before reaching out and pointing at the badges we were wearing. Not all fixes special. I need to read who's talking. I hate to cut my time short, little sister, but I have a doctor's appointment in 3 hours and I've been streaming for almost 8 hours, so I might need to take a quick nap. But I do hope to catch you alive again soon. Thank you for the warm welcome. Also, I'll be sure to look into Limbus Company. Awesome. Thank you so much for the raid, Nick. I super appreciate it. And also, I hope you have an amazing rest and that you get enough sleep to get you through your appointment and the rest of the day. Thank you so very much for hanging out with us today. You stay safe, okay? Not all fixers specializing in investigations are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. That is why these special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into suits that higher ranking staff members of T Corp wear. It's called Golden Time. If you keep the clockwork wound. If you keep the clockwork wound, it will automatically speed up the body's natural regeneration process as soon as it detects that its wearer is at risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? We stutter at the same thing. So I don't actually have to turn the clock myself. Of course, it takes some time for it to refill once its charge is spent. If you ever run out of its uses, then I suppose it all comes down to you. Participation trophy. You'll have to take one for the team and bring them all back yourself. You're willing to do that, but not willing to help us before we get torn to shreds? Game's lore has been driving me nuts. Which game? I prefer that. Good. Ready? Let's go after them then. Sometime later. I thought this was a battle node. Where did they run off to? I'm pretty sure they came this way. No more tracks. We wasted too much time on his boring lectures. Hey, assistant, are you sure it's okay for us to just saunter behind us like you're out on a picnic? Why would I run? I hate running. It's literally your job to arrest the Eurodivi, isn't it? Is it though? But my job at this precise moment is to keep my eyes on you and your investigation regarding the case of time killing time. Not making Eurodivi arrests. Again, oh, it got held and I see why that's an actual game name, by the way. Ah. But you're a T Corp employee. Okay, fine. let's say that I decide to run instead of walk and helped you capture these EuroDV rascals. What then? Will Teacorp suddenly stop having problems just because they're gone? Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? Not to mention that as long as their leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it. Excuses. Then KTA. If we do kill them all, that only opens up room for a worse syndicate to take their place. If that happens, that collector friend from earlier might end up suffering from something much, much worse than having to stop and search random passers-by. Not to mention that I'll be getting muscle cramps from all the running. Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird, I thought you wouldn't want me to arrest them. Right? I thought Roger would be a bit happier to be reunited with the EuroTV. Well, since the trail's gone cold, I suggest we go to Stop and Search Lady and ask if she noticed anything suspicious since we left. Fine. The T-Corp employee we met earlier was still standing completely inert, not moving a muscle. Poor woman. I can't believe she's still on duty at such a late hour. Such is life of a labourer. No. They got her. I can't even hear her breathing. That's the Time Ripper's MO. The Time Ripper got to her that fast? She's in a state of absolute stillness. A death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands. What a misphobic art. Though she may be in a state of stasis to those of us watching from the outside, for her, this must be as brief as a blink of an eye. What do you think the culprit's trying to do with all that time? Guys, this is a crime scene. Let's try not to touch the body. The victim. Whoa, look! There must be some sort of spatio-temporal displacement superposition. Superposition phenomenon going on here. She's entirely incorporeal. Is this seriously the time to... Roger! There! Up ahead! I whipped around, noticing the now familiar sensation of a distortion, and caught a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly slipping into the fog. Are we at 3 hours already? You! Stop! Ryoshu, think you can catch up? I'm not your hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you. Just this once. Oh, she's pretty fast. Okay, we're gonna do a big stretch, chat. We're gonna do a big stretch. Any words with more than 3 vowels exist, sister. I hate you. Why do you exist? Oh, good stretch, good stretch, good stretch. And a hydrate. Don't forget a drink. Water preferably, but don't forget a drink. Ryoshu sure moves fast when she finds something interesting. It's been a while since I've seen people like you, the kind of sprint forward with their eyes fixed on the horizon. Here, everyone only ever looks down, their necks bent and gaze locked to the ground, watching their own feet taking their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time on the clock towers. But there must have been a time when everyone walked tall. I think I know why that is. It's because they're all learned helplessness. because they realized that even if they ran till their lungs burst, nothing would change. That it doesn't matter. Yeah, not everyone can run like Merceau. Learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm is not easy. That's not what I'm talking about. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember? It's the same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and search!" Yeah. Maybe she saw someone suspicious, approached them for a stop and search, and got ambushed. You should ask her when she recovers. Hello, WW422! Thank you for the follow, super appreciate it. But we don't know when she'll recover. Sometime later. Catch. Are you sure you captured him alive? Hey, Ryoshu, doesn't he kind of look a bit different from the mysterious person that got away? He's clearly wearing something different. Besides, he's one of the Eurodivi we already ran into. Clothes are just husks that can be cast off at any moment. He started running as soon as our eyes met. Hey, rise and shine. Oh, am I the suspicious one? Anyone would run if someone like you started sprinting after them with a big sword in your hands. I have many ways to crush the truth out of you. First, no dismembering. This is the Eurodivi's turf. You'll soon regret dragging me down here. I prepared this secret weapon just for this occasion. Watch out! But nothing happened. I'm just here for the lore. What was that? One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Eurodivi T-Corp branch. The portable adjustable frequency periodical lighting apparatus attachment sound wave generator. This will call every single Eurodivi in its range to its exact location. Cool, decent name. Yeah, see what I mean? You see the problem prevalent among inventors. They never know when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. You'll pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin. Ooh, mysterious figure. Excuse you. Thank you.
직접 알게 한다. 숨통 끊기.
Okay. Break his bank account? That's funny.
무지하니까
Why can't the... When they're actually battling, why can't it be light? Like when we're looking at them to set up the battle. I hate the back streets so much.
무지하니까 무지하니까 맞는 거야.
Roger. Nice, 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 nice.
알게 함이라.
I will. So, of the two Roger and Night of Despair animations wise, wasn't as insane, but she still looks cool. Yeah! Yeah, I thought she was really cool. I mean, yeah, she doesn't have the magic pew pew beam, but she's got swords! Fletching swords! So good. Siku! Oh my gosh! No way! Hello! Welcome to stream and thank you so much for the hydrate! I'm almost done with my drink. I'll have to get some more soon. Ow! Hello, Siku. How are you doing today? How have you been?
어머, 부탁드려요.
Oh wait, combat start.
흑수묘 뒷박질춤. 잠깐만 기다려라.
Well, you know, we don't have very long to wait to find out. It's only like, what, 5 more days? 6 more days? Well, 5 technically. So, yeah.
한시 방향. 그 삶의 마침표를.
There we go. See, it's a bit lighter now. You can actually see what's going on.
깨달았나? 흑수묘 뒷박질춤.
다음 목표로.
잠깐만 기다려라.
Interesting. Maybe a revived mechanic. We'll have to wait and see.
맞는 거야. 무지하니까.
The mic field to cut off your eyebrow. Oh! How's that?
직접 알게 함.
Otherwise, I've been pretty good. All in all, just a bit exhausted from work this week. Can't wait to rest tomorrow. How have you been? I've been good. I've been good. Siku, did you know that I started my own business? I'm in, what, week 3 now? At the end of week 3 of working for myself. I have been working on the mic settings. I turned off the limiter. I realize if I want to be loud, then that shouldn't be a thing. I kind of just wanted to increase the gain to a point where it's not grainy, but I didn't have to lean down and speak right into the mic whenever I wanted to do soft voice. Was not aware what you do. I am a disability support worker. Yay! I got myself some clients, and now instead of living paycheck to paycheck, I'm living invoice to invoice. Woohoo! I also have enough for my files, but no, I'm saving for regret files, some more focus. So I'm doing the same thing. I just branched out. I just branched out to do my own thing, to be my own boss. Soon Wolf will be rich, then take over the world. No! After matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated EuroDV members together, I read that sentence really badly. What was that grammar? Oh my word. We managed to track them down to a rundown building that appeared to be their hideout. You finally managed to track us down, haven't you? Filthy watch chains of T-Corp. And you clock. You clock? He says. It's only elementary because I am an ace detective. Roger exclaimed triumphantly as she flicked her hair back, but I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. Are you going to stream Limbus on Thursday? We'll focus that day, but then I realized you said you're not going to stream at all next week. I got that wrong. I got my dates wrong. I am streaming next week. It's the week after I'm not streaming. So I will be able to stream on the 17th. 17th, 18th, and then also that Sunday. So I've got one week more of normal streaming, and then the week after that is the no stream week, ending in the birthday 12-hour marathon. So I will be there for World Progress. Yes. Story time. I'll stream on your birthday. Tap. Did I stream on your birthday last year? I think I did. I gotta go work because it's 6:50 a.m. I have to be at work by 8. Hawks, thank you so much for stopping by. I super appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that too. I hope you have an amazing day at work. And you stay safe out there, okay, Hawks? Thank you. Yep. We're all ace detectives. I'll admit, we shouldn't. I think my eyes are starting to swim now. We shouldn't have let you track us down, but you don't look too strong. Boy. Excuse you. You literally have a sociopath staring you down with a big ass sword. Okay. It is foolish to move. I need to stop. Oh. Okay. It is a foolish move to fight a lion in his den. I hope you prepared yourselves. Don't you worry about our butts. We've got a class 5 staff with us, you know. Soup. It is foolish to move. I can deduce a few things about you. 1, that man's outfit, that aloof look on his face. I see. It's likely that you're not lying that he really is a class 5 staff. 2, you are absolutely shameless for bringing a class 5 watch chain to a rundown hideout like this. Why does that have to do anything with shame? Wow, I butchered that one, I'm sorry. I don't know about shame, but this place sure is run down. Right, how about this? I'll sit this one out just for the sake of fairness. It'll be like cheating if I were to take part in this fight, yeah? That is a fair proposal. Fine. I accept your offer. Do we not get a say in any of this? No. We have mood. It has been mood.
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비.
Thank you, Siku. Thank you.
깨달았나?
Win rate.
빈박질 중. 무지하니까
The music for this one's funky.
그 삶의 마침표를.
흑수묘 빈박질 준비. 자! 숨통 끊기. 가치 없고 죽어.
Going to make some coffee and breakfast, seeing as your speech is slipping. You're going to be streaming much longer? Probably only another like half an hour or so.
그 삶의
Yeah, about half an hour. I'm gonna take a quick break to grab some more water, and attend to some needs. And then, yeah, we're probably gonna push to about 4 hours
어설퍼야.
for the stream. Yeah.
맞는 거야.
Ah, that is going up as my banner for Limbus. It's too cute. Yeah, it's very...
타겟 포착.
I like it.
1시 방향.
I like the design. I even like the corrupted design. The corrupted design is nice too. Should be back before then. Aww, thanks, Siku. Oh, I can't wait to get full stop Heathcliff.
맞는 거야.
Yeah, she looks like a yandere when she gets corrupted. Kind of.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서
Yeah, of course. Ooh, oh, I leveled. Hello.
오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Wow. I leveled.
빈박질 시간.
Nice. Okay, so this is just a straight battle. I am going to run this on win rates, and I will be back in a few minutes, okay?
타겟 포착. 1시 방향. 그 삶의 마침표를.
자! 숨통 끊기. 깨달았나? 흑수묘 뜀박질 준비. 앗! 하! 가치 없군. 죽어라.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
잠깐만 기다려라.
And I'm back.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I have a bull footed water. And now I have a bull footed. Now I have a. Now I have a full water bottle. Ash! Hello, hello, hello! Oh no! Oh, Ash, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh.
흑수묘 뜀박질 준비. 앗! 자! 숨통 끊기. 맞는 거야.
Second wave.
직접 알겠습니다.
Now have water. Water. Hold on. Cheezels. My cheezels. Are you enjoying the Unvoiced Intervalo? I think it's okay. I'm enjoying
무지하니까
having other sinners be the focus. I feel like we haven't really had much of a focus on these guys, so I'm enjoying that part of it. I have cheezels.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
흑수묘 뜀박질 준비.
Kat was right in saying that there was a lot of dialogue, but I'm actually pretty excited to see what becomes of it once they voice this. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for that with bated breath.
무지하니까
그 삶의 마침표를. 타겟 포착 1시 방향.
가치 없군. 죽어라.
I mean, to each their own, Water. Like, as you said, you understand that it could be because those egos aren't ever going to come back. So at truly, truly limited banner. Whereas, you know, Walpurgis, it will return. So there's that sort of calculated risk to that. We quickly moved our conversation to the hideout after defeating the Eurodibi members. Ah! Surrender and confess. Starting to run low on patience. Might kill you soon. No. Looks like Ryoshi's getting tired of playing detective. We've surrendered already. Not sure what you want us to confess either. What, would you like for us to confess that we're the Eurodibi or something? We hesitated, unsure if he really was clueless or not. That's when Roger confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the Eurodibi captain. Right. Questioning time. You've always hated this nest state of affairs, am I right? Must you really ask? You like inventing stuff and not registering them to the tech agency, don't you? Again. Must you really inquire about something you could discern simply by looking around? Ooh, mind if I take a gander at these inventions? Wait, don't just go around touching... I see. This hedgehog toy is a time bomb disguised as a plushie. It scans the palm as soon as it enters within a certain proximity range, and if it doesn't recognize the palm as an authorized individual's, it'll shoot out its spines to penetrate the intruder. But you've screwed the parts too tightly down here. You'll do well to remember that mechanical engineering isn't all about tightening the screws as hard as you can. Sometimes you need a slightly loose screw or two to make things fit better. And another thing, if I were you, I would have made the spine holes hexagon-shaped, not circular. You could tell that from a quick look? You are certainly no common employee. Either way, most of those experiments in complete products. In truth, you like making dangerous, destructive inventions too, right? You really are a persistent one, aren't you? What are you getting at? And I'm sure these violent inventions eventually led to something that can completely rip someone's time away. Wait, what? The culprit behind the case of a time-killing time. It's you guys, right? It's what you do, isn't it? You see something that rubs you the wrong way, so you go ahead and smash it to bits. That's a bit of a logical leap, isn't it? Who do you think we Eurodibi are? Sounds like this friend of yours in the Eurodibi really messed up big time in the past, Did he do something drastically violent? No, Sonia, he always knew how to say the right things. Things to get people to agree with him, to convince them to join his cause. His words filled me with this confidence that we could really change the world, that it really was effortless as letting candy slowly melt away in my mouth. But what could he possibly do to change the world? He doesn't even do anything, not like these guys. I bet the T-Corp Eurodibi are nothing more than knockoffs who just found themselves inspired by stories coming out of J-Corp, or... It's absolutely baffling how you failed to correctly deduce a single thing. No, we are not knockoffs. Besides, the state has already brought many changes to this world. Changes that you mere detectives can't even dream of. The saint? Sorry. Indeed, Saint Sonia was the one who really sparked the fire of the Eurodivi in every nest. Well, that isn't the only reason they call him the saint, but that's beside the point. Eurodivi in every nest? Sonia did that? Since you claim to be Saint Sonia's friend, allow me to say in no uncertain terms, the Eurodivi has nothing to do with your case. Sonia, he... Are we supposed to take you at your word? First, we don't have this time-killing technology. We can steal time or time pieces, but it's practically impossible to kill time. Making something so absurd would surely catch the tech agency's attention. And that is trouble that I am not willing to invite. Why? You've certainly been causing a ruckus here. Isn't that what the Eurodivi wants? Chaos? Please don't compare us to the likes of Backstreet gangs. I was going to say thugs. Though there are those among us who want chaos, of course. One of our former members insisted that we must take the abundance of time in T-Corp for ourselves and have our comrades divided equally among us. But such drastic action was also hurt the have-nots, those who do not deserve such pain, so we must adhere to the saints' teachings. To truly tear out the throats of the rich, we must wait for the right moment. The right moment? So it really was Sonia. So, I've been wondering, are you really the saint's friend? Of course she is. He even invited her to join his journey. Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence. Dante says, let's leave for now. We're not arresting them. Didn't one of you give me a whole lecture about how it's my job to arrest them? Roger ignored the assistant's question and turned around to leave the hideout, wearing a dark expression. Something I had never seen from her before. The assistant shrugged, and we were about to leave the hideout as well, but the Eurodivi captain stopped us. Wait, if you really are a friend of the saint, I can't let you leave without giving you some advice as a more experienced detective. I was able to establish a few things from this conversation, so allow me to share them with you. Oh, right. You dabble in detective work from time to time as well, yes? Is this a common thing that you Eurodivi get up to? No, only the Eurodivi branch in District 20 do. Anyway, if I were you, I would start by looking for a common thread that ties all victims together. Find out what they have in common. Why? The T-Corp's collection agency knows everything about time, where it comes from, where it goes, but not with this case. But if they know everything about comings and goings of time, how are you avoiding their eyes? Not all of us do. I can't tell you more, however. Just know that we have an ace up our sleeve that lets us continue our guerrilla activities in this nest. Anyways, does it not strike you as odd that for someone with such impressive technology that can quite literally rip away time without a trace, the killer seems unusually passive? This tells me that there is a condition they must first meet to use their powers. Another possibility is that they have a certain creed, or a belief system that they follow, but ideologically motivated culprits usually leave behind more obvious evidence that points to their beliefs. Ooh, I think that adds up nicely. Want to join our squad of ace detectives? Who the hell hired this bumbling team of amateur detective wannabes? Never mind. Now, would you kindly leave this place? Well, we now know where the Eurodivi are. We can always come back here if we ever need anything else. Okay. So not them.
V이랩이랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면
This is a long canto.
손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Canto Intervalo. Well then, the Eurodivi is swearing up and down that they've got nothing to do with the case, and the Time Ripper is still at large. What now, ace detectives? But we don't have any other leads. The one we talked to just left the hideout, so why don't we follow him? You want to tail that Eurodivi? Well, looks like not arresting them may pay off after all. I think it's a fair suggestion. Waste of time. We should torture them one by one until someone breaks. According to page 155 of Lady Agatha's book, an ace detective must always remain vigilant and not shy away from stakeouts. You're already on page 155? Don Quixote gave us this book so that we can all become ace detectives. I've been reading it whenever I can. The Eurodivi's pretty petty time thievery won't change the world. Is that why you're letting them go? Because it doesn't matter? Huh? Not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I want to see things change. Change? It is said that the Eurodivi started from a small group of nobodies, but they kept at it, slowly but surely, spreading through the city. I heard that they've been causing some real trouble in some nests, that they find it difficult to get rid of them. Do you know what people have been saying here at T-Corp? Running low on time, but burning full of frustration? Then come join the Eurodivi! Unlike most people who accept injustices and move on, they don't. They refuse to turn a blind eye, confident and determined that they will one day bring real changes to the city. It's only natural that I find them extremely fascinating, to witness to what end do their desperate desires and aspirations lead. Nothing but impotent squirmings. I'm sorry. Do any of you even give a damn about solving the case? This case has a certain destructive aesthetic to it. I like it. I'm following my family elder's words to see and experience as much of the world as I can before I return, because their words better be followed. Sounds excruciatingly bothersome. So many things in this world presume that they have... Let me start again. So many things in this world presume that they deserve to call themselves family. I've never heard you talk like that, Ryoshu. What will you ever accomplish? Such half-heartedness. Don't worry about it. Most people live on with that very half-heartedness. It's been eons since I really desired something with all my heart, you know. What? Eons? How much time do you have, mate? No, I'm not most people. From the distance, loud, rapid footsteps broke through Roger's quiet whispers. I knew it. The culprit was a Eurodivi. They're here. Won't give them the slip this time. Okay, let's go! Maybe you'll catch them this time if you learn to breathe like Ryoshu. Roger, let's... Roger came to a sudden stop and looked at me, staring at me from underneath the shadows cast over her eyes. Dante, do you think it would have been any different if I followed Sonia back at the casino? Why do you ask? I mean, it's just watching Sonia's goals actually start to take shape while I stagnated. I'm unchanging. It's making me feel... Roger hesitated. Odd. An odd impression. Crunchy. Wolf turtle like alligator turtle. Maybe one day I will rebrand as Turtle Sister. What do you reckon? You're late, clock. The two sinners had a head start, but it didn't take them very long before we... But it didn't take very long before we caught up to them and saw them quietly behind cover. We'll go ahead and draw their attention. We should be able to corner them in this direction. Since Ryoshu and Honglu are out there to draw the culprit here, we just have to do our part and capture them. Yeah. What's wrong, Roger? Just... every time I think about Sonia, I remember all the things that I couldn't do. And that's all. Sounded like a 1950s radio advertisement. Roger. No. Not gonna let this drag me down. I just gotta do what I can, right? I mean, it'd be so nice if the culprit showed up right now so I can get my hands on him and get this over with. All this waiting around is getting so tedious. Hopefully I'll look real badass when I arrest him. You certainly recover quick. Now that's a good attitude to have. Well, you know, ain't that how emotions are supposed to be? Constantly changing with time, you know? Is it now? I don't quite agree. Emotions don't change with time. I'd say that the changing emotions are what drive the flow of time. That's some complicated stuff. I just can't wait to hear all the praises they'll sing of me once I snag this Eurydice rascal, that's all. You know, I want to be an ace detective. Then you shall have your chance. A chance for you to be the center of attention, a subject of praise. That long coat, that hat. You're... Roger, Dante, the culprit ran that way. You're... Time Ripper. Correct. This isn't good. It'll take a while for Honglu and Ryoshu to get here. But before we get down to business, allow me to make a few corrections. 1. I am no longer bound to an organization like the Eurydice. In fact, I found their hypocrisy detestable. Did you know that even the Eurydice did not use their hours equally amongst one another? That is why I have chosen action. 2. I am not killing time. You will not compare my crusade to something so hollow. I merely reap the dying hours to share it among those who need it most. You may call me the Time Saint instead. What the hell are you talking about? Shut up and all this is flying over your head, isn't it? You poor little thing, starved for even a morsel of praise. This is both a correction of your ignorance and our final warning. If you wish to capture me, no, us, then you must be prepared to pay the price in time. Was that an attempt at a threat? Do you seriously think you can scare me like that? Sure, you're the big scary time ripper, but I've got you all figured out. I know your patterns. There's something staying your hand, isn't there? Whether it's your creed or some kind of design flaw in your tech, you can't touch my time. How'd you like this, Ace Detective's deductions, huh? Half right. But you have given me 2 more corrections to make. 1. I am not the one killing time. It's you, and everyone like you who's killing time. 2. Indeed, we cannot rip time away from just anyone, no. But I can take yours. Because you, at this very moment, are mired in tedium. What? Just biding the time, aren't you? Waiting for something to happen. Killing time. We are merely taking back the time that you would have killed anyway. Swing that axe, and you might carve a small chunk of our flesh. But we will rip a chunk out of your existence. You will stir awake when the clock strikes 4 in 50 years' time, having done nothing, having lived through nothing, all in the blink of an eye. That's when it shall dawn on you, that despair. It'll all come rushing in like a flood, that disparity, the unfamiliarity of all the time you killed. Every pain, a reminder of every single second you've killed. Thinking about how tedious it all is. You look scared. We like that look in your eyes. Roger stood there, completely frozen. No one could stop the time ripper as he walked away from us. Not me. Not Roger. The culprit. Where are they? I thought I could take them on, but I came face to face with the Ripper. How could you give them the slip? They threatened her, that they were going to rip away her time. Oh, no. And the Ripper knew. They knew how I felt, so... Never mind. It seemed to me that Roger decided to not say it out loud, but I knew that the word she wanted to say was tedious. Pathetic. Unlike you, Ryoshu, my time is important. I'm not here just to make those stupid, pointless observations about the case. I didn't volunteer out of some weird obligation either, okay? I volunteered because I genuinely wanted to solve the case. I'm not like you. Either of you. I briefly grew concerned that Ryoshu might swing her scabbard at Roger, but I don't think she was listening anyway. How banal. Instead, she stared up at the clock tower in silence as her cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. I guess that's a relief. Roger, Sorry. I think I'm just getting tired of wearing a silly smile. That node was loaded. Oh my gosh. Like, I was on the edge of my seat through that. Oh my god, that was such a good one. I super enjoyed that one. I really did. Alright, why don't we do one more? I know we only have 3 more to go, but they're quite long. So we'll do one more. And then we'll end stream for the night, because it's just about to hit 4 hours and I am a little tired and my voice is also a little tired. I hope you guys have been enjoying this. I've been really enjoying it. The story is actually genuinely interesting and the really diverse cast has been refreshing. You know, like seeing more NPCs and things like that. It's actually, it helps me get geared into the world a little bit more. And I've been really enjoying it. It had more impact than the rest of the stream so far. Yeah, right? Like, that particular one was just really good. I really enjoyed that one. There's also a dungeon at the end of this? Okay. Roger was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down. Pardon me. Hang on. Roger was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but the mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Roger's in a depressive mood. If we were back at the bus, or if Yisang or Gregor were here, they would have at least tried to do something to break the ice. But neither Ryoshu, Hong, nor Honglu were the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood. So we just trudged on with our investigation. Huh. Looks like the culprit got him in the middle of something. He knew the Ripper. How could you tell? By looking at his eyes. Isn't it obvious? That look in his eyes. It's the kind of look that people have in their eyes when getting killed by a rat they know. He's not exactly dead, you know. This dead body looks kind of different from the last one we saw, though. Not a dead body either, but what is it? The culprit tore his scarf in half. Maybe they really disagreed with his fashion choices. The Eurydice must live like fools in the eyes of others, so that we may see a path invisible to them. Roger? It's something Sonia once said. Told me that the scarf was a yoke to hide the great ambition, that those with such dreams must remain bound. But I don't see you wearing that scarf. That's just not my style. Then chopping the scarf in half would mean that the killer is a former member of the Eurydice. We should go back to their hideout and ask around. Some time later! Damn it! The Ripper got our boss? Are you asking if anyone quit recently? Well, it's not like they formally quit or anything, but there were some who went completely off the grid. Yay! 4 hours! Hydrate and stretch! Someone who wanted to steal the surplus time at T Corp to share equally amongst ourselves. Ah! Stretch. Stretch. Yeah, I remember a lad who said something like that. When his younger brother died, he became a bit weird. Did anyone want to go along with that plan? I'm sure there were some, but we shouldn't. We're the Eurydice. We must bide our time until the saint gives us the word. Is that so? Where is he? No idea. Last I heard, he said something like, I'll always be watching you. Creepy, innit? But I suppose that means that he's still hanging about somewhere within T-Corp's borders. Our boss man's gonna be back to normal, right? He'll always be watching, huh? Clock. I always burn a cig after a kill. But you're always smoking. Because it takes about 4 minutes long for the cig to burn all the way through. I get to watch as the light of life slowly burns out of their dying eyes. It really enhances the flavor. 4 minutes. I know that it takes exactly 4 minutes for the cigarette to burn away. Whoop! Wrong person. I shall start that again. I saw Roger in my like brain. 4 minutes. I know that it takes exactly 4 minutes for this cigarette to burn away. But only 2 minutes have passed on that clock tower. Huh? That doesn't make sense. How come no one noticed that the clock tower was broken? This isn't a new development, by the way. From the moment our little game of detective started to this precise moment, the clock tower always measured only 2 minutes by the time I finished smoking. Didn't someone say that it's because people have learned to be helpless? I can't remember Bumble's voice. I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while. Do you know how much of a pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day? It's so tedious, Methinks it's a real bother standing guard here. All this stop and search. So tedious. Hey, assistant. What were the first 2 victims doing when the Ripper struck? Let's see. One of them was attacked while purchasing a 13-flavored lollipop candy, and the other was reading a comic book staring at T Corp inventor as its protagonist starring a T-Corp inventor. I'd say it's a pretty fun read. Are there a lot of clock towers in T-Corp? A total of 12 in the entirety of T-Corp, but just one in this general area. The Time Ripper struck only near this clock tower, didn't they? Right on, detective. What if they slowed down the clock tower and made everyone in the area feel that sense of extreme tedium? Tedium, I see. So that's what it was. He can rip time only from people who are bored. The clock tower. It should give me a nice view to blow smoke at. Oh, here's something I forgot to mention. You know that you need actual evidence to make an arrest, right, detectives? Don't get bored, guys. Huh? You have to catch them in the act. Can't go around arresting people just because you feel like it. What? Do we have to let them attack us or something? Just so we can catch them in the act? Don't you know he can literally rip a time out of you? One small mistake and you might wake up weeks, months, or even years later. We don't even know if that's the kind of thing that Dante can rewind. Yes, it's all very tragic. It's still part of your responsibilities. Do you even care about catching the culprit? Or is learning how he rips time all you care about? Detailed! Hello, 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 good morning. Right on again, ace detective. I once thought that there was no inventions in T-Corp that I didn't know their ins and outs about. You see, I have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp. I even know about the bizarre contraption your friend back at the jail cell invented while he was here. I didn't want that invention to be beholden to T-Corp's patents agency, no. I wanted to watch as it spread throughout the city, which is why I didn't try very hard to stop him as he escaped through the back streets. It wasn't because I was lazy, mind. So, to answer your question, no. Like in the case of the League of Nine Literators, I don't care whether we catch the culprit or not. I'm just curious about the exact mechanism behind how he rips time. It's the nature of being an inventor. Agreed. How am I supposed to even get anything done with people like... excuse me, Mr. Assistant. I have something I'd like to ask you. Back when Marceau stood on the temporal scale gallows, didn't the machine beep very loudly? Oh, that reticent friend? Yes, it did. If you have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp, then do you also know why it malfunctioned? Of course. Why wasn't the gallows able to take 10 billion ans worth of time from Marceau? Was it really because it was broken? Oh, I swallowed air. What are you talking about? It is statistically impossible for the machines of my design to have any faults. Usually. Then the source of that error must have been Marceau. Or all of us, right? Not the machine. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! You're not only looking the part, but also acting the part of an ace detective. Could have fooled me. All credits go to Lady Agatha. She did say that one of the qualities of an ace detective is a mind of bottomless inquisitiveness, after all. I thought the condition of getting exempt from our time tax was that we had to catch the culprit. That was what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again, as if to address my concerns. I am not saying that I won't cooperate, of course. I may have even devised a plan for you, though it may be somewhat simple. Now, listen close. That was an odd one. Ah, I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted to finish this off. I've got 2 more nodes left. But, am I right in thinking there might be a little dungeon at the end of this? Do they have dungeons at the end of Intervalos? If I was Roger, I would be crashing out. There is? Ah, okay. Medmere. I hope I pronounced that right. Can I call you Med? Hello and welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping on by. It depends on the intervalo. Ah, okay. But you guys know that Time Killing Time has a dungeon. 1 week left. Yes. Well, progress. It is coming. This might be a good stopping time, actually. Before, you know, the big reveal / idea thing. So this'll probably be like a good time for me to stop. I think I probably did some stuff weekly. Yeah, cool. You woke up just now. 41k lunacy? Oh no, gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys are so dedicated. I love it. I love it. How is everybody going? How is everybody going? We're gonna swap over to our ending screen. I actually had lots of fun with this. I had an incredible amount of fun so far with this intervalo, and it's actually not as long as I thought it was going to be. So I was, yeah, drowning a whole energy drink hurts. Detailed, what? No, that's not something you should be doing. Yeah, so like I hope you guys enjoyed listening along. I really hope I didn't mangle that too much, but I actually had fun doing it. Which is different. I've not been dreading it all week, but I have been I have been mindful that that was the plan. So yeah, I hope I did it justice. So tonight is Friday. Yeah, so I will be back streaming again in 2 days' time on Sunday. I'm not quite sure what we'll be doing. Probably some more Cult of the Lamb with some chill music. I really enjoy that. Like, I super enjoy doing that. We might even end up doing some Minecraft. I'm not sure. I really need to get back to Yoshi's server. I just have not had the time. Wish me luck on my Wallbreakers pools. I want every single thing. Yes, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out today. Lurkers, I see you guys there. I super appreciate you. Thank you so much for your silent support of the stream. Sitting through the ads. I love it. We also have a whole bunch of links that Turtle is putting up at the moment. They're my various bits and bobs. One of the more important ones is my Discord link. It's a private Discord, private community, so you'll only get the link on stream. If you want to head on in to the den, please don't hesitate to do so. Come say hi. We only bite if you want us to. Have a lovely day, Nightwolf sister, and thank you, everybody, for your lovely well wishes. I super appreciate you all. Thanks to our new followers. I'm glad that you thought that this was well worth the press of that little button. I bite everyone, sometimes eat. Yes, you need to stop eating people, Turtle. So we're looking at a raid. Let me just double check who's on. Oh, there's a few people on at the moment, which is different. Are they doing Limbus at the moment? Well, yeah, Countdown 7 doesn't really bother me, considering I will probably raid and run. Is that how you spell their name? Because I don't actually currently have them on my thing. Oh no, wait, I do. Oh, I do. Oh, wait, I do. I have rated them before, haven't I? Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, she's only been going for 26 minutes. Okay. We're not going to have... Okay. Cool. We'll do that. We will do that. So here's our raid message, guys. I will raid into them. Did you guys want a song? Did you guys want a song, or do we want to just like raid off? I don't really care. I'll leave it at chat's. I'll leave it in chat's hands. If you guys want that or not. We can just do a random karaoke again. Still got on for voice? Yeah, it depends on what the song is. See what Spotify comes up with. This one should be okay. Can you guys hear that? Playground school bell. How about there? How's that? Is that better? I will start it again. I just wanted the sound good. Here we go. There's a nice low one for me. It's not too bad. Playground school bell rings again. Rain clouds come to play again. As no one told you, she's not breathing Giving you someone to talk to. Hello. If I smile and don't believe, soon I know I'll wake from this dream. Don't try to fix me, I'm not broken. Hello, I'm the light leaving for you so you can hide. Don't cry. I'm not sure if the mic's gonna be good for this next bit. It's a bit high, so forgive me if it cuts out. I'm gonna move the mic a little bit further away. So hopefully it's not too loud. I have eliminated the limiter, but we'll see. We'll see. Suddenly I know I'm not sleeping. I'm still here. All that's left of yesterday. That wasn't the mic that dropped out. That was me. Can't breathe. Alright, guys. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me today. I super appreciate you all. We're going to raid Interval. They're doing Canto 7 at the moment. For Limbus. Say hi for me. I'm gonna raid and dip. Because it is very late. It's midnight. So I'll see you guys next time, okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll see you in a couple of days. Wait, I forgot.